Shalom Israel, I hope everybody is doing Tawab today. We're back at it. Shabbat Shalom. Shout out to all Israel getting this word out. I hope everybody is doing well, staying strong, staying potent. Shout out SOW Virginia, Kazakia, SOW Rochester, Zion, and SOW Houston, Quatazop. I hope your brothers are staying strong. I hope the camps are doing well. Kawakab and his congregation in Guatemala. I hope you all are doing well also. All the brothers and sisters who listen to his podcast, whether it's in Cali all the way to Georgia and the different countries, shalom to y'all also. We're going to get into our class today. It's a lot of information, so we're going to try to get as much as we can in today. But before we start our class, let's get our prayers up. Just us, and we'll bring everybody else in. Barakatha Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatha Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ha-ha-wa'ah. Nothing Lanawa. Awar. Zayawan. Zawada.
Aman. Blessed are you, Yahweh. In the name of Yahushai that gives us the light this day. Thanks. So be it.
Okay. Barakatha Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatha Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ha-ha-wa'ah. Nothing Lanawa. Rayach. Nayachacha. Zawada.
Aman. Blessed are you, Yahweh. In the name of Yahushai that gives us sweet savor. Thank you. So be it.
Okay. Amajim Waponya Yerushalayim.
Stand in face, Jerusalem.
To the east. This way. We're gonna make sure everything we say in Hebrew we translate in English so there's no confusion. Barakatha Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatha Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ha-ha-wa'ah. Nothing Lanawa. Ha-Shabbat. Ba'Shalom. Zawada.
Aman. Blessed are you, Yahweh. In the name of Yahushai that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you. So be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha. Ayanyamya. Hahoya. Ma'aya. Yabua'a. Isaiah. Yabua'a. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'aisha. Shemayim. Wa'aratiza. La'a. Yanathan. Ramawat. Regalia. Yala'a. Nawam. Shashemaya. Hana. Yala'a. Nawam, Wala'a, Yashem, Shashawamar, Yashuala, Yahweh, Shemoria, Yahweh, Tizaria, Ayo, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Balayara, Yahweh, Yashemoria, Makor, Rai, Yashemor, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashemor, Hawarakia, Wabua'aya, Ma'aitha, I will. Aman.
Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up my eyes into the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad.
Hear Israel, Yahweh our power. Yahweh is one.
Okay, Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Haya, Shemka, Yahweh, Malakwavka, Sabbath, Ratazarka, Haya, Aisha, Ba'aratiza. Kawa, Haya, Bashamaya, Natalanawa, Lacham, Kol, Yawam, Wasalachano, Chawatino, Kasalachano, Chawatino, Wala'a, Fabiano, Banasawan, Abo, Hawashano, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Hamalakwa, Waha'awa, Wahakapa'ara, Amen.
The Lord's Prayer in English. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. 10 Commandments. La'ayahaya, Laka, Alahaya, Achaya, Aya, Hanya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'a, Fa'ina, Laka, Fasal, Wala'a, Fa'ibada.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a, Falachwacha, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, La Quadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a, Faratazak.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a, Fana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a, Fagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a, Fa'ina. Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a, Fa'chamat. Kol, Ashura. La'ra'ika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Yahweh Shem Yahshai,
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the law.
Israel Yeshabiam.
Take seats.
Okay. Just as a quick recap, last week, before last week, we've been dealing with the Greek Empire, and we went through all the ups and downs. We went through with the Greeks, our high point when we were on point, and we taught, or we had the Bible translated for the whole world. Went into that, then went to Septuagint. Then we sat back here and went to the time we were emulating the nations, and we had to fall. We had to fall because of it.
Yeah.
So what we're going to go into now. We started off last week dealing with Mattathias, which was of the Hasmonean dynasty. And we're going into today his son Judas and his other four sons, and what they did in a resistance against the Greek Empire. So this is around the time when we had, when Hanukkah was established. But let's everybody get to First Maccabees. I don't know if you have a apocrypha, brother. Okay, perfect. We'll go to First Maccabees, chapter 3. First Maccabees, chapter 3. We're going to try to get to at least half of the chapter. It's 60 verses in this chapter. The goal is to get to 27 of them before we shut it down today. But there's a lot of information to kind of tap in dealing with this Maccabean kingdom and our slow ascension back to respectability and to strength. So once again, just a recap, Mattathias is the one that had the courage and the fortitude to stand up for what was right, not take the bribe, and kill the sellout Israelite that was trying to weaken the nation or the group in Modin, which is a smaller town on the outskirts of Jerusalem, away from Jerusalem. He sits back here, he kills this man and the officer that was trying to bribe him, and inspires all of Israel to want to stand up for what was right to come with him and his sons. So what ended up happening, him, his sons, and a lot of the Assyrians that were left, the righteous, or the men that committed their lives and families to living a more stricter life for the name of the Most High, they followed him. And it's said in different books, I can't prove for a fact in the Bible, but it said they had around 600 people in total when they first had their grassroots movement. In this grassroots movement, they had to flee to the mountains of Ephraim to find refuge because they were wanted men. So after they killed this officer, they all fled. They left everything they had, and they went to the mountains to find to find some type of protection. So they went high in the mountains, which was hard to kind of find the military to go up in there to kind of hide from the Greek persecution that came from that move. So with that being the case,
I forgot a notebook.
yes. Can you get the notebook for the brother?
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. We'll get the notes for the brother. But yeah. So where we're at now, we're in First Maccabees. Did you find one yet, At?
Right here. Yeah.
There are sheets of paper there too, sir.
I got one right here.
Okay. Here we go. You got it. So where we're at, Mattathias dies last week, and he starts to set up the ranking order for his 5 sons and how they're going to sit back here and move forward with their army and with their personal affairs. So let's go to 1 Maccabees chapter 3, verse 1. Oh, Kariah, let's get you set up.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banashah.
Kariah, Shor Shabbatah, Banashar, Bayashar, Amajim. Bro, Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatah.
How about Shem Yahshua Katham?
Alright, Yahshua. Shah. Okay, just as a quick reminder, Mattathias is the one who had told out of his sons, he says, Judas, you're going to be the head of the army. You've always had a proclivity to be strong and courageous. You're going to head the army. And Simon, you're going to be the head counselor. And you're going to be the person that everybody comes to for answers and clarity, whether it's spiritual clarity or decision making for the group. And Mattathias made those two promotions before he passed on to eliminate any confusion moving forward. One was going to be the military captain. One was going to be the counselor and the strategist, and the person that kept everything together on outside of the military side. Okay? So now with that, let's get 1 Maccabees chapter 3.
God. First Maccabees, chapter 3 and verse 1. Then his son Judas, called Maccabees, rose up.
Maccabees, he says Judas named Maccabees. Maccabees means hammer. Maccabees means hammer. So Judas was referred to as the hammer for his military strength, his military fortitude. So when you hear think about the Maccabean kingdom, that's not really a clear breakdown of the Maccabees. It's really the Hasmonean dynasty. And the Hasmonean dynasty, they were of the lineage of Phineas. We read that last week. So let's keep that in mind. Maccabees just means hammer. The real clarity is explaining the Hasmoneans. These are the Hasmoneans, which were Levites.
So they're Levites under the line of Phineas.
Yes, Phineas.
And they're the Hasmonean dynasty.
That is their family, their Hasmonean family line.
Yeah, his
Okay.
only family line. But nicknamed the Maccabees.
Well, no, Judas was nicknamed Maccabees. That's
Okay.
why I'm clarifying.
Okay.
Judas was the only one that was nicknamed Maccabees.
Okay.
Okay.
That makes sense.
So, read verse 1 again.
First Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 1. Then his son Judas, called Maccabees, rose up in his stead, and all his brethren helped him, and so did all they that held with his father. And they fought with cheerfulness the battle of Israel.
So, it says Simon, they said Simon helped him. All his brothers helped him. But I want to sit back and do a quick recap about what was the ranking order. Like I mentioned it in words, but I want to go to the verse to kind of explain it. So let's go to First Maccabees, chapter 2, verse 65.
First Maccabees chapter 2 and verse 65.
65 and 66.
God. And behold, I know that your brother Simon is a man of counsel. Give ear unto him always. He shall be a father unto you. As for Judas Maccabeus, he hath been mighty and strong, even from his youth up. Let him be your captain and fight the battle of the people.
So Judas was supposed to be the fighter. Simon was supposed to be the counselor. And this is what the father had told him before he passed on. It's very important to understand this, and I'm taking my time with this because let's go back to verse 2.
Verse 2, chapter 3.
Yes, First Maccabees 3 and 2.
And all his brethren helped him, and so did all they that held with his father.
So he says Judas had 4 additional brothers. They all supported Judas. And all the people that had supported Mattathias bought in to backing up Judas. So that was around, like I said earlier, approximately 600 men and women and families that left their homes and went to the wilderness with them. They all supported Judas. Okay, read on.
It says, and they fought with cheerfulness the battle of Israel.
Listen, they fought with cheerfulness the battle of Israel. One of the hardest things to do before any of us venture into any kind of battle with any enemies foreign is to get our people to accept their roles amongst the body. Real quick, First Maccabees chapter 2 verse 1 through 5. Real quick.
Second Maccabees.
No, First Maccabees.
First Maccabees chapter 2 and verse 1. In those days arose Mattathias, the son of John, the son of Simeon, a priest of the sons of Joarib from Jerusalem, and dwelt in Modin. And he had 5 sons, Johanan, called Caddis, Simon, called Thassi, Judas, who was called Maccabeus, Eleazar, called Avaran, and Jonathan, whose surname was Apple.
So he had 5 sons. And what allowed them to be cheerful in fighting their battles for Israel was that out of those 5 sons, nobody was fighting and tripping over power. You know how hard it is to sit back here and get our people to stay united and accept their roles in the work? That is a very difficult thing to get people to do. Because as soon as Mattathias says Judas is going to be your war captain and Simon is your counselor, that's it. What about those other 3 sons? What do you think was going through their head? I have talents too. I have abilities too. How come I can't be promoted? You don't think that thinking and that sentiment grows all throughout Israel? Me too.
Yeah.
What about me? How about the answer is just to support the individuals that was chosen to lead?
Why am I not respected?
Because it's about this pride and this ego that a lot of us make of ourselves to make ourselves more or greater than what we're supposed to be.
I just feel like I'm being looked over.
It happens all the time. I'm taking my time because we normally just read right through with, oh yeah, these guys, they just start killing people and wiping people out. But
They just locked
in
in.
order for this to happen, in order for these great works in the Spirit to work through these 600 men, it starts with the brothers. The 5 brothers accepting their roles and their responsibilities.
Order of the
And then all the outer realm of the other people locked into their unity. Without that unity, without those 5 brothers not power tripping for position and opportunity, nothing else could have happened. That's why they said they did it with cheerfulness. Why was that the word? There was cheerfulness in the accepting of their roles, and there was cheerfulness in the morale in them fighting these armies. They accepted their roles. One of the keys that it takes to have any school, any camp, any body of anybody to operate with strength, everybody has to know their role and accept their role. If you can't get the body to accept their roles, you're not going to get very far with whatever endeavor you're trying to establish.
In a household.
In a household. Hell, even in a family. If you can't get and motivate the wife to accept her role, if the man can't accept his role, if the children can't accept their role, how uniform and how efficient is the family going to run? This is so important because Israel is always striving to be the top guy. A lot of Israelites just want to be the top guy just to be the top guy. That's why there's so many splinter groups and different groups. Everybody splinters and everybody goes off on their own because most of us want to be the individual. But we don't understand what it takes for a body to be efficient. Because for a body to be efficient, it doesn't matter if you're capable of being the guy. Can you serve and lock in so that we can all operate and be potent for the bigger, greater goal?
So it's about structure.
It's about humility.
Well,
It is about structure, but it's about the body accepting the structure that is provided in front of you. For example, let's go to Philippians chapter 2 and verse 3.
All right. Philippians chapter 2 and verse 3. Let nothing be done through strife or vain glory.
He says, don't have anything, nothing should be done in the spirit of strife, fighting and arguing, or vain glory. Vain glory, give me the vain glory cry in 1828.
All right. Vainglory, 1828, Webster's Dictionary. Exclusive vanity, excited by one's own performance.
Because in everybody's head, everybody has a highlight reel of their talent and their ability and their skill and their know-how. So that stays in the forefront of everybody's mind. They're focused on what they can individually do. This is vainglory. Read on.
It says, empty pride, undue elation of mind.
Why is it empty pride? Just because you have a particular talent. Why does that mean that you have to push that talent in an inordinate, in an unnecessary way? It's empty because what good is that individual talent unless you're around the body? Impacting the body the right way. But keep going. The last one.
It says,
Elation. Undue elation.
undue elation of mind.
Listen, if you're the number 2 or 3 guy, then be the number 2 or 3 guy. Or be the number 4 guy. And be the best you can be at your job. We forget. We went into it on Monday. The Most High is the one who has us in the situation that we're in. And the Most High is the power that does the what? The elevating. If we just leave it up to the Most High, Everything will be the way it's got to be in due time. Now, these individuals weren't caught up into responsibilities and ranks, and therefore what ended up happening is after Judas dies, who gets elevated? The next brother. So you get your time anyway. If you just wait, lock in, and be the best support you can be, and learn from the person that's over you how to do things the right way. Whether you learn from his mistakes or his victories. Just learn. That element isn't talked about a lot because you can't look at a body of people and study their success. We want to sit back and focus on the wars and the killing, and we whipped on Esau over here, whipped on Esau over there, but we're not realizing what it takes to have the Most High on our side. How can two walk together unless they be agreed? How can we expect the Most High to be with us unless there is an agreement with the body on how to get from A to Z? That is imperative. Okay. So, once we get past the vainglory, once we get past the ego and the pride that so many of us operate in, now we can actually grow. So, let's go to 2 Corinthians chapter 10. Second Corinthians chapter 10 verse 6.
All right. 2 Corinthians chapter 10 and verse 6. And having in a readiness to revenge all
He
disobedience.
says, now Israel can revenge the disobedience that's in the nation. They can sit back here and revenge the negative and the wickedness that's spread through the entire city, all the cities, whether it's Jerusalem and Modin and all the other little small cities. Once what?
When your obedience is fulfilled.
And this is the point. Once the body, the brothers and those 600 men were able to set aside their pride and their ego and whatever little talents they might have that justifies them being over the next man, once we can get over the ego and the pride, now we can get something accomplished. Now the real work can begin. And this is what we have to think about in our house. Why is it a lot of times in our homes and our families, we're just spinning our wheels? We're spinning our wheels in our home because everybody hasn't embraced their role and hasn't found happiness and peace in their role. Once we can accept our role, now the body can move forward. That's a school. That's a home. That's a church. Whatever organization or organized group of people, whenever there's organized people, this mindset has to happen. Get rid of the pride, eliminate the pride. Now we can go on to bigger problems. But you can't go and deal with the bigger problems until you deal with the issues at home. With that being the case, let's go back to the verse. Give me verse 2 in 1 Maccabees 3 and 2. I just want to make sure I took some time to explain that.
All right. 1 Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 2. So he got his people great honor and put on a breastplate as a giant and girt his warlike harness.
No, give me verse 2 again, sir.
Oh, right. 1 Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 2. And all his brethren helped him, and so did all they that held with his father. And they fought with cheerfulness the battle of Israel.
Listen, nobody was tripping. Everybody was together. Everybody let go of their issues for the bigger job. Continue.
Verse 3. So he got his people great honor and put on a breastplate as a giant and girt his warlike harness about him. And he made battles, protecting the host with his sword.
So they're saying Judas sat back here and used his talent and used his strength to give other Israelites hope and to start battles and to help recapture Israelite confidence one city at a time, one battle at a time, one fight at a time. Okay? Continue.
I was going to say, I like this point you're bringing up because it just shows that everybody has a position to fulfill. We just got to know what that is and be content. Just to add on.
And there's glory in everybody's job.
Yeah.
And there's glory in everybody's submission to their responsibility. Okay, Judas might get the headlines. But is he alone getting the headlines? Because he can't do it alone. It's really Judas and everybody that bought in to his commitment is who gets the glory.
Yeah.
And if the only reason we'll get upset if whether it was Caddis or Jonathan is if their ego got in the way.
Yeah.
If Judas gets the praise or he is known for the rest of his life about how great he was, you know what? You know what you did. Those 600 men knew what they did. And without those 600 men being locked in with each other, the Spirit wouldn't have honored it.
Yeah.
And that's how you have to look at it.
Right.
Anything else is pride and ego.
And it was David and his what?
Mighty men.
And his mighty men.
Who cares if you were a mighty man, you just weren't talked about. Most people don't know Benaniah. But that dude was cold. Benaniah was cold. This dude sat back here is wrestling, fighting lions in the snow. Just to do it, just to try it, see how it is. Listen, that's the truth. I saw these Israelites out. These guys are crazy. I don't know if it's Ishmael or Elam. They're walking around with these tigers out, and these tigers' heads are massive. They're huge, and they're walking around here spraying. They're in a zoo or something, spraying the cubs from the cubs, making sure the infection doesn't get on them. And they're just walking around, and the cub is crying, and this big tiger just starts rolling, getting close to him, like, "You're hurting my cub." And the guy was like, "Oh, whatever, man. I'm just spraying him." And I'm like, "Bro, you see how big this animal is?" And he rubbed his body on him. I'm like, "What are you doing?" And like, I'm only bringing it up to be like, these mighty men were fighting animals like that, like it was nothing. But you won't know them because David was the one that got the notoriety. Does it matter that David got the notoriety? What matters most is that you were part of one of the greatest bodies of Israelite men that did some of the greatest work of all time. And that's all
the nation
that established the nation and set up their golden era. Those men set up the golden era of Israel. Unfortunately, the golden era of Israel was only 80 years. The golden era of Israel was 80 really 70. Because a lot of that was Solomon's sinning. But 80 years of glory, and that was it. What am I trying to say? If we get the ego out of it, and this deals with men, this deals with women. Everybody wants to get this notoriety, this undue notoriety, just because you got a couple talents. If we can learn to make it about what the body needs and not what your individual ego needs, then the family can be productive, the camp can be productive, the school can be productive, everybody can be productive. Does that make sense? Okay. So let's continue. It's 1 Maccabees 3 and verse what? 4 now?
Yeah, we're in verse 4.
Okay.
1 Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 4. In his acts, he was like a lion, and like a lion's whelp roaring for his prey.
So he said he was like a young lion roaring for his prey. It just means he was aggressive, he was confident, and he was bold. And all of these attributes was necessary. Why was his boldness so necessary? Why was that so necessary?
Think about the time period.
Listen, everybody was broken.
If you look at if you contrast it with the time period, Israel was getting emasculated.
They were getting emasculated. They were effeminate. They were, and the ones who were trying to do what's right were getting killed.
Yeah.
Can you imagine when you tried to do what was right, you were getting tortured, boiled alive, dismembered, and this guy comes out of nowhere, is bold as hell. He's killing nations. He's killing these officers that are forcing everybody to follow the Greek way. His boldness is what was necessary to establish everybody's confidence and their belief that they could sit back here and win this.
He galvanized the people.
Through his boldness and through his strength and power. Yes, sir?
You say the second base.
He set the tone and he gave everybody hope. Well, what I've learned from teaching and doing this work is that it's one thing to teach information. It's one thing to go through the Bible minutia. Let's go through the Sabbath day. Let's go teach a class. Let's go read this. What people need is a living, physical, breathing person in your face doing the work and making the changes. That's what people need. This is why the power of example is so important. Or the power of the ensample is so important. Because it's one thing to read Bible verses. What's difficult is to take these scriptures and put them into action. And then people see you doing the work, making the changes, using these scriptures to inspire you to make changes. That gives another person motivation to stand up and do the right thing. You got your hand up? Okay, you do.
That's like manifesting the scriptures in action.
And exactly, because that's what people need to see. This is why hypocrisy is the opposite of what the body needs to stay strong and potent. Because when the body sees somebody say something and do the opposite, that weakens the unit. So people seeing Judas in live and living color, it's like, can you imagine if you ever watched Django? Remember Jamie Foxx in the blue suit whipping on the Edomites the slave plantations? Jake was like, what the hell did I just see? You know, all the music in the background. Jamie with this completely fitted suit whipping on this white man. White man's like, ah!
Yeah.
And then he blast him.
Mm-hmm.
The point is this. That gave people hope. Just the act, seeing that act, gave people hope that, whatever you're going through, there's a way out. Actions, fighting what's inside of you, using these scriptures to change what's going on in your life, gives other people motivation to change. When people see you study, what does it do for other people? It motivates them to study. Listen, if people seeing you changing your diet and eating the right foods, and everything's green and salads and fruits and stuff, guess what happens to them? Maybe I need to curb my diet. Maybe I have to make changes in how I eat with them.
It inspires.
It inspires people to curb their vices versus just saying, man, you got to stop eating wrong. You're eating wrong. You're eating horrible. Why are you doing this? Now, when you connect the message with the lifestyle, now you give people the juice they need. Because that's what people need. They need a reason to fight. They need a reason to go beyond the levels that they normally go. And that's what a teacher and leader's really one of his primary jobs to do is to inspire. Everybody wants the top spot, but are you willing to sit back here and make all the changes you need to inspire the body to be the best they can be? Because that's the job you're asking for. And this is what Judas is doing. His actions are giving everybody else confidence to continue moving forward. Well, we're starting off with these fights and these wars, they're at 600 people. We're going to read very soon, that number starts to jump. The more victories he accrues, the more times people see him victorious, the more times they see him fight and win, it gives other people hope that they can be a part of this and reverse the chains. Don't forget, everybody was compromising. Everybody was going to Diddy parties once a month.
Yep. I
I say Diddy because that's what they were.
Yeah.
Where it says in Maccabees, they were wearing palms in their heads. They were sitting back here and going to Diddy parties.
Yeah, and Diddy operated. He had a modern day grove.
God.
He had a modern day Greek grove.
And you weren't going to these groves just sip on some alcohol.
I just want to drink some.
No, you're going in.
Where are the grapes at?
No, you're going in, G. Go in that room. I don't want to go in that room. Well, listen, then you really ain't Greek then.
And there might be consequences.
Listen, I know we're gonna rat you out and say you're not really participating in the Greek way. Hey, all those boys are in those rooms. Go in there. That's the point. And we had to do that on a monthly basis.
We did last month.
Every month, you got to do it. So the Greeks were making sure we bought into this. You couldn't half-step this. So,
and people want their lives. People want their lives.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to lose their finances.
They want to lose their lives.
Their lives, their finances, their home.
God.
And they're standing in this physical world. So now I have to compromise.
And so they're compromising month after month after month. Now there's Judas guys coming out here giving people confidence that you don't have to just give in. Maybe you can sit back here and correct your life and get rid of this guilt that's inside of you for the sin that you keep doing. How many of us keep making the same mistake over and over and over and over and over? We're wrapped in this perpetual cycle of sadness and regret and self-loathing because we keep sinning. What's the only thing that breaks that perpetual cycle of sickness and sadness and self-hatred? But sometimes to see another person do it better than you. And you choose to hold on to the strength to pull you out of the head trip. Because it's not necessarily that you can't do it, but you're in your head, and that head trip keeps you from doing it. Am I right or wrong?
Right.
Sometimes you need to be around somebody who can pull you to strength. And then once you get back to the strength, like, man, what the hell was I doing? Like, for people like, I don't know about y'all, I just started working out again. And I'm like, what the hell was I doing to not work out? What kind of a head trip was I in? Oh, let me get that chocolate. I almost want that cake. Oh, listen, how about this? What was that donut spot? That's it's the devil eye. It's no. It's huh? Shipley's, bro, is the devil eye.
Oh, you for real?
Bro, it's the devil. Because it's not like, Christian is like a really light one. Shipley's is dense. It's dense. It's dense and it's delicious. And it's the devil. It's densely delicious. I just sit back here and take my daughter to school, and there is a short way to go home. I said, I'm going to go the other way to go home. I was like, oh, by the way, there's a Shipley's here. Let me take a right. Like, what am I doing? I don't need this. What am I doing? Why did I do this? This is crazy. I'm just going to leave the restaurant for the kids. You walk around here,
That's for the kids.
I bought it for the children.
I'm trying to
I did it because there's a reward for them. And you get 6, and you're knocking out 3 of them. So is it really for them? You tell you that you're going to eat 1 and it turns to 3. It happens all the time. And you sit back, oh, why did I do that, man? I got to wash that with some coffee. You got to get some coffee with it. Then you got to put some creamer in that coffee. Look at this. You're on sugar drugs. You're just high off sugar, right? Sugar coffee, sugar donuts. Everything is sugar, right? Is that? Everybody can relate to that. That's why I'm bringing that out. Everybody knows that. What was that? Or you go to Burger Town and you're crazy at Burger Town, right? What was that at?
No, I was saying you get off that high and then you tell yourself, man, I ain't doing that again. Next week you right there.
No, next day. We talking next week. Next day.
Right.
That's next day, son. You back at it again. I gotta make sure I get there before it's noon. Because all the good donuts is gone by noon. And they close by 1. You better hurry up. Listen, all I'm thinking is sit back and you start working on like, what was I? What kind of trance was I in? What kind of trance was I in eating this crazy when you get out of that zone? That weakness.
I don't know why I was doing that, John.
Yeah, you do, because you wanted it. And a lot of times you need somebody to inspire you to be the better version of yourself. And that's why the body is so important. The body of Christ is important to keep us striving to pull ourselves out of these ruts that we all get into. Does that make sense?
Right.
So when people are seeing Judas fight, it evokes a fighting spirit out of everybody else, which is what everybody needs. You need to see strength sometimes to evoke the strength that's inside of you. That a lot of times reading can't get the majority of people to do. The goal is to read the Bible consistently and find the inward motivation to change from reading. But most of us haven't gotten to that point yet. So until we get to that point, you got to feed off the strength of what? Others. And that's what leadership is about. Our job is to be strength for everybody to pull from until they can learn how to pull strength from the book themselves. Okay. Let's continue.
Verse 5. First Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 5. For he pursued the wicked and sought them out and burnt up those that vexed his people.
Listen, he was burning. They would ransack cities, burn idol temples, burn these places of their congregation, and in turn burn the people. So they were burning cities, burning structures, and then the people, the wicked, that were part of these abominable acts, were getting burned up with them inside of these structures. Read on.
Verse 6.
Which is a movie by itself.
Oh, that's why we're taking our time, huh? It's like Braveheart.
Yes, sir.
It's the same concept. It's like Braveheart. See. Should I even say this, huh? No, I'll say that for later. Anyway, there was something about the Scots. They had the Scots wrote their Declaration of Independence, but the Declaration of their Independence says that the Scots family line comes from Israel. In their declaration, you can look it up. The Scottish Declaration of Independence explains. The funny thing is, if you actually look at the Declaration of Independence, it's like this paper has fringes on it. The paper has fringes, and all the different families put their seals on the bottom of the fringes.
That's dope.
This is how it looks right here. I'll pass it around. But you see the paper, you see the strings, the fringes, and the seals on each string. Yeah, that's it. You can show the brothers. And then it says, let's try to read it real quick. It says, we know the Most High, we know the Most Holy Father and Lord, and from the chronicles and books of the ancients gather that among other illustrious nations, ours, to wit, the nation of the Scots, has been distinguished by many honors, which passing from the greater Scythian, we know the Scythians are Israelites, through the Mediterranean Sea, and the Pillars of Hercules, which is in the land of Gibraltar, and the sojourning in Spain, which is Hebrews' land also, because Spain was Iberia, among most of the savage tribes through a long course of time, could nowhere be subjugated by any people, however barbarous. And coming thence 1,200 years after the outgoing of the people of Israel, is in 1,200 years after the Exodus, they by many victories and infinite toil acquired for themselves the possessions in the west, which they now hold. In their kingdom 113 kings of their own royal stock, no stranger intervening, having reigned. For so long as 100 of us are left alive, we will yield in no least way to the English domination. The reason they went through all that is to explain that the English were not going to break them. And we survived all of these trials and tribulations, and these Englishmen are not going to break us. Okay? We fight not for glory, not for wealth, nor honor, but only and alone for freedom, which no man surrenders but alone and only and alone for freedom, which no man surrenders but with his life. And this was written partially by a guy named Robert the Bruce. Remember Robert the Bruce? He was the guy that was the number 2 nobleman that was behind Braveheart. All those guys were us. They were our people. I don't even know why I got to that point. We got to that point about the Scotch, but Yeah, they're Israelites also. All those people in I'm gonna say this: there were black Scots and there were white Scots. There were black English. There was white English. There were black people in black that were Spain. There was white people that were Spain. All those countries. There were black people that was in Germany. There was white Germans. It was both. That was the whole Celts the same way. That was the whole breakdown of Europe. But I didn't mean to go that far into it. I was just kind of explaining.
The same dynamic with Israelites. They're having to claim. We're doing the military dynamic of the Scots and them having to defend their heritage.
Yep.
That dynamic was an echo of the Maccabees dynamic.
And it was the example about one or two examples can galvanize an entire nation. A handful of people that are fighting can get everybody else to be a better version of themselves. That was the lesson also. Okay? So, let's continue. We were talking about the fleet. I know why I wanted to the Scots, because you said it was a movie. That pulled me in. I was like, well, how the hell I talk about the Scots, huh? You talked about a movie, and then my thought went to Braveheart, and then they said, oh, the Scots were black too. Okay, that's what it was. So, Judas is going through, wiping out these small towns, and burning up these cities that represented wickedness to the nation. Okay, so where are we at in 1 Maccabees 3?
Verse 6.
Okay.
1 Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 6. Wherefore the wicked shrunk for fear of him, and all the workers of iniquity were troubled, because salvation prospered in his hand.
So he says the wicked shrunk for fear, meaning the wicked's confidence started diminishing. What we got to understand is when we're trying to sit back here and establish our spiritual imprint in the world, our spiritual imprint amongst Israel, one of the keys is to make serving the Most High, living a pious life of abstinence, what it's about. We have to sit back here and reestablish consumer confidence. Consumer confidence in serving the Most High.
Just
well, why do I say that? Because a lot of times when they see weakness at the top, and doubt and fear and inconsistency, and I'm slack, I messed up. Listen, what does it make the rest of the body of Israel want to do? I don't even want to serve the Most High. If this is serving the Most High, I don't want to do it.
I can't trust this situation.
I can't trust this guy. What is the benefit of going all in and serving the Most High when I see this type of inconsistency at the top? Am I right or wrong? This is why living a dedicated life is so important for morale, and it gives people around us reason to try harder for a sustained period of time. And in the midst of that happening, people that are less equipped to want to change, they start looking weaker and weaker. Then they have to ask themselves, how long am I going to continue pushing this weakness when everybody else is pushing what? Strength. And that's the dynamic that's always in effect. For instance, when Saul died, there was still a strong faction of people that were serving Saul for many years. And there was a scripture in Samuel I think it was 2 Samuel, early in it. It said the house of David grew stronger and stronger. And the house of Saul grew what? Weaker and weaker. This is about momentum. Can we build momentum in serving the Most High for a long enough, sustainable enough time to convince even the skeptical people to want to buy in and give it a shot? Now, we do that through teaching and dedication and lifestyle. Judas is doing this through attacking these strongholds, these pro-Greek strongholds that represent cowardice, quitting and giving up.
Exactly. You have to
and just trying to just survive.
And David said it, or not said it, but Solomon said in Scripture, he said you have to keep a will.
Don't go there. I got that verse.
The will? No.
I do.
Okay.
Well, say it though. Yeah.
Well, it says you have to keep a will over the wicked.
Yes.
That means you have to constantly apply pressure.
I went there last week. Yes.
That's
it
why
was
I
last
pulled
week.
it.
It was
I
last
was pulling it last week.
week. Yeah.
So you have to have a will over the wicked. You must keep pressure over negative energy around you, or you lose positive momentum.
That's an important thing what we're saying. You have to keep applying pressure on the weakness first in yourself. You have to keep applying pressure on the weakness in yourself. And the more you can dominate that weakness in yourself, then our actions start to apply weakness amongst the rest of the body.
Yeah, you break it.
The weakness in the body. Because that's what gets people to fight.
Yeah.
Who wants to be that guy who keeps getting weak? Who wants to be that guy who keeps putting Shipley's in his mouth when everybody else is eating right?
Listen.
Everybody's eating a salad at Salada, and you want to go to damn Bill Miller's house and get you a fried chicken plate. Is that what you want to do?
I remember the push.
And then all of a sudden you start feeling bad, like, damn, I'm the only guy pulling up the rear, being weak. That's the thinking. That's the mode that we try to push amongst the body. That type of pressure is far greater than just verbal lashing, than just attacking you with words. That doesn't get the most out of you. It's the combination gets the most out of you.
Yeah.
What was you going to say?
I was just going to say, I remember the push-up era. And you have a group of men all having to complete a certain quota of push-ups.
Mm-hmm.
And in order for us to be done with our push-ups, everybody has to be strong at the same time.
Yeah. Yep.
And then right before we get to the goal, there's always one guy that puts his knee on the ground.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, that's when start.
Everybody starts glitching.
Everybody I can't keep my body up.
Yeah.
Everybody was strong. When no man put his knee on the ground, is the knee of defeat. I used to call it the knee of defeat. When nobody put their hands on the ground, their knees on the ground, everybody was potent. They were breathing hard, shaking a little bit, but they were fighting. But when one spirit puts his knee on the ground, then another man puts both knees on the ground.
Okay.
Then another man puts his hands on the ground and his knee on the ground. Then one man pops up and just walks around. And we never get that.
Everybody feels a lot more weaker. Yes.
Because one spirit opened the door to allow the spirit of,
Yeah, weakness is set in.
100%.
So this is why, going back to the point, this is about fighting every day to keep strength and spiritual inspiration as the motivating factor in your life.
Yeah.
The more you can make that your motivating factor, it's easier to be that way for the rest of the body and inspire us. Because listen, what does it take to be great in Christ? It takes a desire to fight what's inside of you 24/7, 365. And how do you maintain that? It's a combination of studying, talking, counseling, and feeding off of strength, feeding off of new strategies of strength. All this is what you need to keep and sustain your potency. Okay, so with that being the case, this is what Judas is doing for the nation with these victories. He started off with 600 people. Keep that in mind. Read on.
Verse 7. He grieved also many kings and made Jacob glad with his acts.
Listen, Israel was smiling. Like somebody's out here defending us. Because, the truth is everybody is not capable of manufacturing strength. That's the truth. And the funny thing is that if we understood that's what leadership is can you manufacture strength and manufacture potency so that people can feed off of that. People wouldn't sit back here and think that's the most glorious job in the world to take. That's what strength is. Can you sit back here and be motivated and strong and fight what's inside of you and allow other people to feed off of that? People think leadership is something completely different, and it's not. Leadership is, can you live as disciplined as possible so that you can inspire people to live as disciplined as possible in Christ also. This is what Judas is doing, and the nations were grieving because of this, because not everybody had to be on the lookout for when Judas and these 600 guys are going to come.
And these
They
nations,
can't be comfortable.
these nations survive off our complicity to weakness.
Yeah.
They live off that. Like roaches live off of our filth.
Yep.
Like nations love the fact that we can't hold money and do business with each other and commerce with each other.
Yeah.
Every one of our misdealings, our misgivings, our lacking elements really empowers other nations, other people. That's why they don't like us following the scriptures properly.
Coming together.
Yeah.
Because of that. So, let's continue. What verse are we at?
Verse 8. Moreover, he went through the cities of Judah, destroying the ungodly out of them.
So, verse 7 says that the kings and the leaders of the provinces were uncomfortable. But why were the leaders of these major provinces uncomfortable? The reason that the head guys, the leaders of Syria, the leaders of Phoenice, and all these outer realms, they were uncomfortable because of what? Read verse 7 again? No, verse 8.
Verse 8. Moreover, he went through the cities of Judah, destroying the ungodly out of them.
So Judas was destroying those low-level captains that were Israelites, that were running these areas. Because who was the ones that were sitting back here in charge of these cities? It was sellout Jews. Think about the political structure now. You go to most cities and municipalities. The mayor is normally what? Judah or Issachar. Then they'll throw the senator is always what? Edomite. You always have the top guy that's in charge of the city is an Edomite. But then they'll put a face of a predominantly black city. If it's DC, they'll put a black guy as a mayor. They'll put a black guy as mayor of Chicago. Black person as mayor of Cali. Or Hispanic in San Antonio. But the person that makes the real decisions is an Edomite. And that's how they've always set it up. So Judas first is going at the sellouts of our people that are running these jurisdictions. He's coming at all these cities with our people that are enforcing Edomite ways and wiping those guys out. Then word gets to the Edomites on top, and now they're uncomfortable. Because they got to find a new boy to sit back and do this job that they know thinks like them. Or they got to bring people down here to figure out what's the damn problem. Or they're killing these guys off and they're leaving. So they got to sit back here. If they install somebody else in, they're going to get killed too. So they're disrupting the system. Let's keep going.
Verse 8. Moreover, he went through the cities of Judah, destroying the ungodly out of them, and turning away wrath from Israel.
So what he's saying is, every time that they're destroying these idol temples, that they're destroying wicked people, he says it's turning away wrath from Israel. What you got to understand, the more that you clean up in yourself, the more that we clean up in the nation, in the camp, in the body that we're responsible for, it says the more sin that we take away from the body, the more wrath comes away from us. Now, we can't sit back here and forcibly change anybody to do that which is right. All we can do is to continue to apply pressure on the body to force and to push people to be more accountable for their actions. And the more we push accountability to the body, we're removing wrath from amongst our body, our church body, our camp body. Just like Judas going at these negative people was removing wrath from the land. Remember we read in Leviticus, I think it was 26-27, how there was a stench of sin that hit the land, and the Most had to remove the people because the stench of sin was too much, and the land needed a what? A break.
Rest.
It needed rest. It's the same thing if there's too much sin in a body, the wrath gets to a certain level that I got to sit back and hit this place heavily because there's too much sin. It's the same thing amongst the body of Christ. We have to fight to keep the sin and the weakness down so that the wrath is dealt with at a minimum. You have to look at sin in your home, in the camp, the same way. That Judas' actions are showing us a pattern. Every wicked town with a wicked leader that's getting wiped out, there's less wrath in the area. There's less wrath in the region. So the Most High is giving us, he's sending more blessings to the region. This is how you have to look at your home too. So, let's continue. Where are we at? That was verse 9, right?
Yes, sir.
Start verse 9 again and start it from the top.
Yes, First Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 9. So that he was renowned unto the utmost part of the earth, and he received unto him such as were ready to perish.
So he says, the reward of Judas's fighting, the reward of him going at these smaller towns. First of all, word got all around the world. Why did word get all around the world? Because nobody else was doing this to the Greek Empire. This wasn't something that happened on a regular. More times than not, insurrections got squashed quickly. Listen, there was in 2 Maccabees chapter, I think it was 4. Antiochus left his post and went back to Antioch to go deal with some issues in Antioch. There's always rebellions. There's always issues. But these rebellions and issues kept going and growing. So, like, man, word's getting around like that. These Jews are mopping up these smaller armies. This is crazy. They're getting one victory after another victory after another. And because of the victories. Listen, we can sit back here and front all we want. People only start coming to the body when they see success. There's very small amounts of people that come to the body from the groundwork and from the very beginning. You don't get a lot of people that do the dirty work and the grind work from the ground up. Most people come in after they start seeing success. Mm-hmm. And as Israelites, we can't look down on the ones that come later. We got to love them the same way as the ones who sat back here and put the work in from the beginning. Because the truth is, as people come in, they're saying right now in this last part of verse 9, people are coming in and willing to give their life for the cause because they're seeing the power in it. That's how you build men. You can sit back here and yell in the corner all damn day long. People need to see your dedication. If they don't see your dedication, they're not going to buy into it anyway. They got to see your dedication, and they got to see the works behind your dedication. That's when people want to try to give it a shot. Because this is what we're asking. We're asking people when we're recruiting to commit their life. That's not something that's light. That's not some easy thing. And that's not some light request. So if we're asking people to give their life, you better damn sure make sure they see your level of commitment and the works and the benefit that comes from dedicating your life to the work. Because that's what you're asking for. So they saw Judas's level of work and dedication like, man, I'll give it up too. Because I see what y'all are doing. I see what you have done. And the Most High is with y'all. And on the flip side, let's not forget, this 600 set of men, do you think they were an organized army? These guys weren't army men. They weren't trained army. We didn't have a trained army. That makes it even more remarkable. Jake's just throwing hands out. It's the truth, that. It's like the Warriors in that movie, where they just have bats out, baseball bats out, and just wrecking people out. It's the truth. We didn't have a literal army to defend ourselves. So we just had a citizen army out. Yeah, I used to box in college, dog. I'll go get with y'all, man. I used to go box when I was about 15. Like, damn, you're 35 now. What's going on, huh? What do you want me to do? You want to try your best because you got can-do attitude. It was a lot of Israelites with can-do attitude and no skill. That's literally referred to as a guerrilla war army. It's not, I can't even say army. This is not an army. It's a ragtag bunch of guys that are fighting for their nation with no military training. The rest of the nations had a literal military and an army with uniforms. We didn't have that. They had structure and they had training. We didn't have that. We seem like his slapbox now. That's what we do. Jake slapboxes. I'm ready to fight in the war. No, you're not. No, you're not. It's because you're a slapbox king of Slauson. That's not me. You're the Slauson slapbox king. Or Commerce, the East Commerce slapbox king. I don't mean nothing. That's what Jake does.
You got 4 because you're 4 extra.
What's that? I'm a one-hitter quitter. A one punch. I didn't knock 5 dudes out with one punch.
I was in jail. I bust 10 out of 10. And I was in jail. I was locked up.
Right. I believe you.
Bro.
That still doesn't mean you're ready for war. You're not trained for war. You're trained to be an individual. Everybody sits back here like those Jake and the Bodak. Everybody was ready to squad and fight out in that boat when they saw that Jake dude got jumped by Edom.
Yeah, the boat.
Everybody take their shirts off. They start squatting like that. Now, you know that's not trained fighting technique. They doing this side. And what is that?
Here we go.
Here we go. Yeah, they grabbing whatever's in front of them. That's not technique.
Throwing chairs out.
Kinda.
It was just rowdy out.
Oh man.
It's just about it.
Look, that's the point. You know people don't know how to fight when they keep backing up and throwing punches. What are you doing? Why are you backing up? You gotta get in there. Get in there and do something. Nah, they doing it. They moving their hand like hitting like this. Like, what are you doing, Anyway, I'm painting a picture explaining that these 600 people weren't trained warriors. Maybe Judas had some training. Most of these guys didn't have training.
And this
they were Assyrians. They were religious men and women who just dedicated themselves to serving the Lord. That's it. That's what you had. You had religious zealots who had to fight. What you going to say?
It says better be a warrior in a garden. It's better be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war.
Done.
This based on military training from the beginning versus having to pick up a sword.
And just understanding that, now you understand how the Most High had his hands on this the entire time. That's what I'm trying to explain. This was the Most High's power. This wasn't just black excellence, like black dynamite out here, right? It wasn't like 600 black dynamites. It wasn't 600 black dynamites. It wasn't that. He was a karate master.
Taught his Greek suckers.
600 of them, 600 Michael John Whites out here. It wasn't that way, but y'all will know him. It ain't 600 of them, Just coming out here whipping up on Whitey.
Yeah.
It wasn't that, This was a regular folks that the Most High was with. Yeah. So, why was the Most High with them at this level? This is the first thing we got to do. Let's go to Isaiah chapter 1 and verse 16 through 19. That's awesome.
Isaiah chapter 1 and verse 16.
Mm-hmm.
Wash you, make you clean. Put away the evil of your doings from before mine eyes. Cease to do evil. Learn to do well.
So he's saying Israel has to learn to clean themselves up. Clean themselves up with the scriptures and other actions that show the Most High that we're trying to clean ourselves up. Read on. He says, learn to do well.
Read
that part again. Yeah.
Yeah, verse 17. Learn to do well.
Learn to do well. Do everything in your power to figure out what makes the Most High happy. This is the process of cleansing yourself. Because people always say the scriptures is what cleanses you, but how? How does the Bible cleanse you? The Bible cleanses you to let you know what makes him happy. What is doing well? What is doing the right thing? What is pleasing the Most High in his eyes? Read on.
God. Seek judgment. Relieve the oppressed.
Seek judgment. Our job is to seek doing the right thing in council, setting the tone for people to fight their battles in council. When you're dealing in council, you have to make sure everybody focuses on the things they have to fix in themselves if the Most High wants to operate amongst that unit of people that want the council in the first place. It says, seek judgment, meaning for people's actions, for people's decisions. We have to get people to see what are the consequences of those decisions and what it's going to take to regain your connection back to the Father. Our job is to set up proper judgment. Read on.
Relieve the oppressed.
What do you think Maccabees is doing now? He is relieving the oppressed. Israel is walking through life oppressed, religiously oppressed. They were forced to adapt their life to this Greek way, so every day they're doing it, their spirit is dying. So Judas is relieving those oppressed people by his fighting, by his inspiring people to think and realize you don't have to live a life of compromise. There is hope. What the Most High demands from us, more than anything, is to inspire Israel, to teach them that you don't have to resort to just being weak and giving in and quitting. There is a hope that righteousness works, that dedication works, that committing yourself to the Most High is not this waste of time. Because too many times we are convinced that I gotta sell drugs. I gotta use people. I gotta rob. I gotta kill. I gotta steal. There's no other way out. We have to sit back here and relieve the oppressed by one, giving them hope that another way of life is there. And this is what Judas is showing them. Yeah, you might be in the mountains, but you can be in the mountains with your beliefs versus sitting back here and walking around in your own house as a slave. Now you have an option. This is what Onias III represented many classes ago, that he was that righteous priest, high priest that gave Israel hope that living the right way, there was hope that if you held your beliefs, the Most High would honor you. Once he got killed by his brother, that hope got thrown out the door. Then there was no hope anymore. The only solution out there was running these streets and sinning. This is why creating that counterbalance is everything. Our job is to show people that you don't have to just compromise in this world. You don't have to just compromise to this new wave of what these YNs is pushing. It's the truth. It's weird, man. Their belief systems, their idea on gender and all that crap out. We have to show that there's a better way. There's an alternative. So if you choose, you can choose the right way. You don't have to submit just to the left way. Don't forget, we have to be that example on the right that everybody sees. So when the Most High judges us, you can't say I didn't have an option. That's what it's about. You had an option. You chose your way. But let's continue. So we read, learn to do well, seek judgment. Read on.
Relieve the oppressed. Judge the fatherless.
Meaning look after and develop the fatherless child. The young man that don't have a father to develop him. That's our job, to help develop him and teach him and help rear him. So what was happening? The fatherless child was being reared by the state, by the Greek state. Read on.
Plead for the widow.
The widows and all the defenseless were left subject to having to operate like the Greeks or die or be killed. So somebody had to step in and do the right thing for the people, so that there was a counterbalance for what was going on. Read on.
Come now, and let us reason together, saith the Most High. Though your sins be as scarlet.
This is the Most High, like he knows what this nation had been doing leading up to Judas and Mattathias' arrival. Read on.
Come. They shall be as white as snow.
He says he's going to make our scarlet sins white as snow if we focus on what? Relieving the oppressed, developing and judging the fatherless, and putting back together the lives of the people that were negatively impacted by this Greek way. Read on.
Though they be red like crimson, they shall be as wool.
So he says, listen, even though our sins as a nation were red, deep red as crimson, if there's a handful of people fighting to reestablish our people at the top, there's hope for us to be cleansed. Read on.
If ye be willing and obedient, ye shall eat the good of the land.
And things are starting to change on that momentum, eating the good of our land, because of what Judas and his brothers and that other 600 people were doing. The momentum is shifting. Let this verse go and go to Psalms 82, verse 1 through 4.
Psalms chapter 82 and verse 1.
1 second, I gotta type something else in. Read that.
Psalms 82 and 1. The Most High standeth in the congregation of the mighty. He judgeth among the gods. How long will ye judge?
When it says he judged amongst the gods, that just means he judges amongst the leadership. There's a scripture in Exodus, I think, when Moses says, "Thou shalt not revile the gods." So he's not talking about idols. He's talking about the people that are put in position of leadership. Okay, so the Most High is saying in verse 1 of Psalms 82, the Most High judges amongst the leaders. Read on.
How long will you judge unjustly?
So he's talking to the leaders. How long are you going to judge unjustly? Read on.
And accept the persons of the wicked. Selah. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy.
So this is what Judas is doing, taking that role and mantle and responsibility of defending the poor and the fatherless and doing justice to the afflicted and needy. And this is why this ragtag group of soldiers is getting blessed. A lot of times, as Israel, or some of us, some of us have this mindset that we can be overly technical and overly detailed and overly micromanage all the little things we got to do, and think that by our micromanaging and our pinching of our pennies and our overthinking things is how we find success. That's only part of the answer. Can you put that letter? I don't know why it's not like that's only part of the solution. Okay? The solution also is, what are your intentions and what are you doing with the body? So yeah, you have to plan, you have to think things, but the other part is, what are you doing and who are you doing it for? Are you sitting back here and doing things to take care of the poor and the fatherless and the afflicted and the needy? Because Judas is, the Most High is honoring his work. Read on.
Verse 4. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked.
And this is what Judas is doing. He's ridding the poor and the needy out of the hand of the wicked leaders and this wicked system. And this is why the Most High is on their side. Okay? Let that verse go and go to Proverbs 28 and 28.
Proverbs chapter 28 and verse 28. When the wicked rise, men hide themselves.
Listen, when the wicked was rising, you had the Assyrians were going to the mountains already. When you read in earlier chapters, the Assyrians were heading to the hills when things were getting hot earlier. He said, when the wicked rise, the men hide themselves. Read on.
But when they perish, the righteous increase.
And this is what's happening. The righteous are starting to increase. The righteous are getting more bold. They're getting more confident. Now he's getting more people to be a part of his army because the wicked are dying. Wicked are getting eliminated. All these wicked people around these cities are getting wiped out, and it's giving people confidence to live right. So I'm just trying to go over different ways to show the power of standing up for what's right and the impact of positive examples to a group of people and how it's so important to be that way. Let that verse go. Now what we're going to do is go to 2 Maccabees, chapter 8. Verse 1 through 7. 2 Maccabees, chapter 8, verses 1 through 7.
God. 2 Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 1. Then Judas Maccabees and they that were with him went privily into the towns and called their kinsfolks together and took unto them all such as continued in the Jews' religion and assembled about 6,000 men.
Now it starts to come together. That 600 an original band of just outcasts that believed in the Most High, as they started winning these victories and wiping out different little small towns. Whoever in these small towns, after the leaders of these towns were wiped out, the people were approached, say, hey, you want to come with us or not? And you look up, after winning these small battles in these small Hebrew towns, you look up, now you got 6,000 people on your side. Now this movement really blew up. Now I would imagine this 6,000 is 6,000 men. Exactly. Just like the 600 was 600 men on top of the women and children that weren't of military age. So now you got 6,600 men plus women and children that have to live in camps in these little towns in the mountains. Now this operation is getting bigger. Now with 6,000 men and families, now you got to go out there. That you would imagine that's around 20,000 people. Easy. You got to feed 20,000 people. Now you got to go out there and start raiding towns, raiding more cities to get supplies to feed 6,000, 20,000 plus people.
Yeah.
Because each man's going to have a family. His mama, his grandma, his granddad, all his family are going with him. So this is starting to get a large operation. And that you got to sit back and feed and finance this large operation. The good thing is with the larger crowds, you can go on these raiding missions in different areas to sustain yourself. So read verse 1 from the top.
God. 2 Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 1. Then Judas Maccabees and they that were with him went privily into the towns and called their kinsfolks together and took unto them all such as continued in the Jews' religion and assembled about 6,000 men.
But that happened over time. That didn't happen overnight. Over time, over victories, the numbers got to 6,000 fighting men. Let's continue.
Verse 2. And they called upon the Most High, that he would look upon the people that was trodden down of all.
We just read in Proverbs 28 and in Isaiah chapter 1 what it takes for the Most High to start listening to. When you're looking after the most downtrodden of all, who's the most downtrodden of all but the fatherless children and the widows? They're the most defenseless of the batch. This is what Isaiah said and what Proverbs said and what Psalm said. And this is exactly what Judas is doing. They're praying to the Most High to help them sit back here and protect the ones who can't be defended. Read verse 2 again.
Verse 2. And they called upon the Most High, that he would look upon the people that was trodden down of all, and also pity the temple profaned of ungodly men.
So just to pity and look after the fact that the temple is dominated by the nations now, in hopes that one day we can re-salvage the temple and reclaim it for ourselves. But don't forget, the first battles, Jerusalem wasn't a target until they got strong enough. They had to fight these small towns, win these small towns, and start escalating their battles before they got to the bigger city. Okay, read on.
Verse 3. And that he would have compassion upon the city, sword to face, and ready to be made even with the ground.
I mean, ready to be taken down and destroyed. Jerusalem. Read on.
And hear the blood that cried unto him, and remembered the wicked slaughter of harmless infants, and the blasphemies committed against his name, and that he would show his hatred against the wicked.
And that's what he's saying. He's like, we're praying to the Most High to do something about the wickedness the Greeks have been establishing this entire time, while simultaneously delivering the people that are defenseless and have no hopes. This is how you get the Most High on your side, to defend you and to protect you. Read on.
Verse 5. Now, when Maccabees had his company about him, he could not be withstood by the heathen, for the wrath of the Most High was turned into mercy.
He says, now when Maccabees had his company, now when the Most High had Maccabees with his 6,000 people, he said, he could not be withstood by the heathen. Meaning he wasn't going to lose. He wasn't losing these battles and these victories. Most High was on his side.
Too much momentum.
For the wrath of the Lord was turned into mercy. We read that earlier in First Maccabees. We read that it said that
Appeases wrath.
yeah, it appeased the wrath. What verse was that? Here, it was verse 8. It said, it was 3 and 8. It says, destroying the ungodly men out of them and turning away wrath from Israel. He was turning away wrath from Israel because his intentions and the moves, how he was moving, was pleasing the Heavenly Father. And verse 5 said, the heathen couldn't withstand him, and the wrath of the Lord that was on the people, it was turning into mercy. But listen, Corey, you gotta get out of here. But once again, what does it take for the Most High's wrath to turn to mercy? That's something. These are the lessons you got to kind of pick up as you're reading. What does it take to get the Most High that's stinging you, that's cursing you in your life and in your household and in all around you? What does it take to get the Most High to go from sending wrath to your home, wrath to your school, and turning it into mercy? It's the intention behind your moves. It is who you're directing your energy towards. So many times we're trying to establish personal pursuits, personal benefits, and wonder why the Most High is cursing us. But when you're sitting back here and redirecting your energy towards the development of the people who need more than you, then the Most High starts changing that wrath to mercy. We just read what Psalms 82 said. What was Psalms 82? I'm going to go read it real quick. Psalms 82. Defend the poor and the fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and the needy. Deliver the poor and the needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. It's the example. It's who you're giving your spirit to. Who you're trying to help and develop is what turns your situation from wrath to mercy. I'm trying to paint a clear picture, y'all. Hope we're putting it together. So let's get you in.
Tahawam Racha, Shah Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Banya Sha'ala.
Tahawam Racha, Shah Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Banya Sha'ala. Amajim. What? Yahweh Hashem Yahshabakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshabakatah.
Yahshabakatah. Okay, so where are we at?
2 Maccabees chapter 8, verse 5.
Yep.
2 Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 5. Now, when Maccabees had his company about him, he could not be withstood by the heathen, for the wrath of the Most High was turned into mercy.
once again, it wasn't about Maccabees and these 6,000 men's skill. They didn't have a bunch of skill. They weren't super trained. This was the mercy of the Most High. Why am I even going into this explanation? A lot of us think our wisdom and our intelligence is going to survive us or get us to be survived in these last days. How much food we store, how much Canadian prepping we do. Listen, there's limits to that. If the Most High was with a bunch of ragtag individuals and allowed them just day by day, battle by battle, to help break the Greek Empire, do you think the Most High is above sustaining a bunch of Jews who believe in Him? If we're in the right spirit? A lot of times, like I said earlier, we focus too much on intelligence and too much on thinking and planning, and not enough about obedience and servitude towards the Most High. That doesn't mean we should operate in ignorance in any manner at all. But a lot of us, we tap into this planning and thinking and prepping because that's where our confidence lies. Our confidence can't lie in that. Our confidence has to rely in the servitude of Heavenly Father. And we can maintain that, we will be okay. Okay? So, where are we at in that verse?
Verse 6.
Okay. Read on verse 5 again.
2 Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 5. Now when Maccabees had his company about him, he could not be withstood by the heathen, for the wrath of the Most High was turned into mercy. Therefore he came unawares and burnt up towns and cities.
So he's saying he came in unawares. That means he came at night. He was doing guerrilla warfare missions. Because once again, they didn't have the benefit of numbers. They didn't have the benefit of training. So they had to operate under cover of darkness. Very much. I don't know if you ever looked into the Maroons of West Indies. That's how a lot of the Benjamites survived and sustained themselves during slavery times too. A lot of the escaped Benjamite slaves hid into the wilderness. And they had mountainous wilderness communities. And they would function in the daytime in their little societies. And at night, they would go scavenging and pillaging small towns. And come back and maybe rescue people, bring other people up. And take supplies, enough supplies to sustain themselves and bring it back to their camps in the mountains. This is very similar to how a lot of our people throughout history survived during their imperial colonial emperors. We would have to live in these very rugged, uncomfortable conditions and maintain our freedom that way. And once again, that might have to be how we do it down the line. But that's how a lot of us operated. Not just Maccabees, but a lot of our people operated in those capacities. Okay? So, read verse 6 again.
Verse 6. Therefore he came at unawares, and burnt up towns and cities, and got into his hands the most commodious places.
What is commodious, real quick? I had it, and I went a different definition. Commodious. Commodious is convenient, proper, adapted to use, to its use or purpose. Meaning, so what he's saying, and it says, or to wants and necessities. So what he's saying is, for whatever his camp of 6,000 people needed, or 20,000 people needed, he will go raid these certain spots at night. Maybe it's places where food and commerce is at. Maybe it's a military depot. Maybe it's a fort. Whatever the people needed, they would raid these towns and get the supplies they needed for their army. Okay, like anybody would do, whether it's armaments, food, sustainable items, grains, meats, whatever it was. Okay, read verse 6 again.
Verse 6. Therefore he came at unawares, and burnt up towns and cities, and got into his hands the most commodious places, and overcame and put to flight no small number of his enemies.
So what is happening in the middle of them taking these items, They still had to fight. They were still killing, and they still kept coming up victorious. So what it's like is this: all of the plans that Judas was setting up, or whether it was maybe Simon, because he was the counselor, maybe Simon was the one putting together the plan, and Judas was doing the execution. However it worked out, the Most High was on their side. I'm going there because the truth is sometimes, I'm going to go back to the point, we can be so focused on how to get something done and not realize if the Most High is with you, he's with you. And it doesn't have to be the most perfect stratagem and plan. Just as long as you're not operating with pride and stupidity, the Most High is going to back you if he's with you. And if he knows your intention is pure, he will defend you. That's an important thing, because there's certain times in your life you're not going to have to make the bestest, most super wise decision. And the Most High still defends you because he's backing your play and he's backing your decision, because you're in the right spirit while you're making that decision. Just keep that in mind when you're going through your life. He's looking at intention more than the perfection of the plan. That was verse 6, right?
Okay.
Read on.
Verse 7. But specially took he advantage of the night for such privily attempts.
He says especially, he focused heavily on the nights, because that's when you had protection, cover of darkness, nobody can spot you. So he did a lot of his guerrilla warfare tactics at night. Read on.
Insomuch that the bruit of his manliness was spread everywhere.
Let's get the brute, B-R-U-I-T. The bruit of his manliness, B-R-U-I-T. The report. So it says the report of his fame kept getting further and further and further, because the Most High just kept working with all of his moves. He says the reports of his manliness was spread everywhere. Part of the manliness is based upon how the bold moves he was making. These bold moves kept working out.
The Most High kept blessing.
They're like, bro, these bold moves, they're working.
Because the righteous are bold as a lion.
Con.
His righteousness when he did things the right way. When you read about, I don't know, I'm trying to skip or jump like that. What was Maccabees' spiritual foundation? All the years he learned from his father. All the years he studied and dedicated.
Don't forget, they were priests.
Yes.
They were priests. This fighting aspect in Judas was secondary to his understanding of his job as a priest. Don't forget, priests, before a priest could even be a registered priest, you had to be a student. You had to be 30 years old. You had to be well versed in the book. You had to be well versed in all the ceremonies before you even became a priest.
Yeah.
So Judas was obviously a student before this military man comes to fruition. And we're going to read about that very soon, when he starts to inspire them scripturally when the stakes get higher. Because now when you have 600 guys and it's a band of men robbing here and robbing Peter to pay Paul, that's cool. Then your numbers get a little higher. Then Esau's like, okay, now these guys are a threat. Now we got to sit back here and lean on them. Because now 6,000 is a respectable number. Now that 6,000 men, now we can bring a military presence to these guys, and it's a fair fight. We're going to see that coming up soon. But I just want to sit back here and read what guerrilla warfare is. It says guerrilla warfare is a form of irregular warfare where small mobile groups of combatants, often civilians or paramilitary forces, use ambushes, sabotage, and other unconventional tactics to harass, disrupt, and weaken a larger, more conventional army. So, it is a strategy of asymmetric warfare aiming to exploit the weaknesses of a stronger opponent by avoiding direct confrontation and focusing on surprise attacks and rapid withdrawals. So it's about getting in, getting out, establishing this fight, getting what you want, getting what you need, getting out, getting back to your home base.
And preserving your numbers.
And preserving your numbers. And still creating that element of surprise because nobody knows when the next raid is coming. I mean, there's plenty of stories, whether it's Robin Hood. There's all type of stories that mirror this. When you have smaller numbers, you have to operate in guerrilla warfare tactics. Going head on don't make any sense.
It's like Geronimo.
God, whether it's all. I mean, you go history all through history. Geronimo, Issachar, Benjamin, all rebel groups operate like this. Okay, so with all that, let's let that go and get back to 1 Maccabees, chapter 3 and verse 10.
First Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 10. Then Apollonius gathered the Gentiles together, and a great host of the Samaria to fight against Israel.
So now Apollonius, and he is he's a governor of Kol Syria. He's the governor of Kol Syria. We're gonna read that in a second. He's like, okay, we have to gather an army against these guys. So Antiochus isn't gonna bring his army in there. It starts with smaller jurisdictions. And if the smaller jurisdictions fail, then they're going to drag Antiochus into the battle. So now it's the smaller mini bosses first. You can't get to the final boss, you get to the mini bosses.
Exactly.
It's like level 2 boss side. But this is literally how the Most High does it in all things. You don't just gradually go to the final boss side. You got to work your way up.
Got to build that momentum.
Chain of command. So now Apollonius kicks in, and he gathers a host of Gentiles from the city of Samaria and all around regions to sit back and set this fight up. Now, I want to make sure I explain who this Apollonius is. Hold this and go to 2 Maccabees chapter 3 and 5. Second Maccabees 3 and 5. Yes, sir.
Second Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 5. And when he could not overcome Onias, he got him to Apollonius.
This was when Simon, which was a guy that was trying to push and circumvent Onias III, which is the high priest, to implement a more of a Greek scenario to the city. He goes over Onias III's head and goes to Apollonius, which was the governor of Kol Syria. Okay, read that.
It says, he got him to Apollonius, the son of Assyrius, who then was governor of Seleucia and Phoenicia.
Apollonius was the middleman that you would have to go through to get to the big guy. So he was governor at the time of Antiochus Epiphanes' brother. Okay, Antiochus the fourth. No, it's the fourth. No. It was forgot his name. It was Seleucus the fourth. It was Seleucus the fourth. So he was governor from the time of Seleucus the fourth through Antiochus Epiphanes, and he was the governor of that entire region. So if there is an insurrection in the region, you would think the governor is responsible for squashing that versus getting to the major armies. So now Apollonius is like, okay, my job's in the line. I got to deal with this Jew problem. So just so we understand, Apollonius is the governor of the region that the Jews are in. Let me put it up on the map so you can see online. Kol Syria is the region where Israel is, the land of Israel is. It's Israel and Syria, okay, and Lebanon and all those areas. That area is where the region is. So just look at that for a quick second. And that's the region that guy Apollonius is responsible for. So the army that he's pulling from is from that group in this region right here. It's Samaria, Syria, going a little eastward to the Euphrates River. So, with that being the case, let's continue. Let's go back to 1 Maccabees, chapter 1, verse 10 again.
1 Maccabees chapter 1 and verse 10. Then Apollonius gathered the Gentiles together.
I said 1, I meant 3. 1 Maccabees 3 and 10. Salakia. I said 1.
1 Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 10. Then Apollonius gathered the Gentiles together, and a great host out of Samaria, to fight against Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Which thing, when Judas perceived, he went forth to meet him, And so he smote him, and slew him. Many also fell down slain, but the rest fled.
So he says many sat back here and got killed, but most of them fled. Okay, read on.
Wherefore Judas took their spoils, and Apollonius' sword also, and therewith he fought all his life long.
That sword must have been cold, like. He took the big dog sword out, the cat little host sword out, and used it for the rest of his life. So this Josephus gives a little bit more detail about this fight. So we're gonna go into Josephus. It's book 12, chapter 7. It's book 12, chapter 7 for the Josephus. Paragraph 1. Is one, yes, is only to like is only a portion of the reading of this chapter. So let's do it. Josephus book 12, chapter 7, paragraph 1.
Josephus, Antiquity of the Jews, book 12, chapter 7, paragraph 1, line 287. That's page 326.
Yep.
When Apollonius, the general of Samaritan forces, heard this, he took his army and made haste to go against Judas, who met him and joined battle with him and beat him and slew many of his men, and among them Apollonius himself, their general, whose sword, being that which he happened then to wear, he seized upon and kept for himself. But he wounded more than he slew, and took a great deal of prey from the enemy's camp, and went his way.
Stop. And this battle that he won is that he didn't kill as many people as he had wounded. And this battle was called the Battle of the Ascent of Lebna. And here's an image of approximately where the battle started. It was slightly above or in between Bethel and Shiloh, which is where the city of Lebna was. So it wasn't too far from their original camp. If you look at the map and you see Samaria on top, then you'll see some mountainous ranges. Those are the mountains of Ephraim where they were staying at. They were in the mountains of Ephraim. And the war, which is Lebna, you don't see the city, but the war started, it was around Lebna, which is in between Bethel, which is where that arrow is, and Shiloh, which is to like the right north, I would say 2 o'clock. Bethel, and then Shiloh was like 2 o'clock from Bethel. In between that area was where this first battle started. Obviously, Judas and them came from the north. The Samaritan army had worked their way all the way to Bethel. The reason Bethel is that area where the starting point is, because Bethel is like the southern border of Samaria and the northern border of Judea. Okay, Judea at the time was Benjamin, Judah, and part of Levi. So Bethel was literally like, if you driving up, I don't know, you going to Oklahoma. Before you get to Oklahoma, there's you gotta go 35 or 75. That's not a good example. I'm trying to think about what is the northernmost part of the city that lets you know you're about to change your city. Anybody know about any places? The northern part.
Ahmad
wouldn't know that. He wouldn't know that.
Ahmad probably buzz in and say, "Hey, it's like going here." I know for San Antonio, it's what Butte.
No, it's not good.
That's why it's in my arena.
Don't even worry about that. Point is just know Bethel. When you get to Bethel, that's the northernmost part of Judah's land, and the southernmost part of the northern kingdom's land. That was why Jeroboam back in the day had the idol temple in Bethel, because that was Ephraim's land, and the northernmost part where the idol temple was in Dan. So anyway, so the war started. The first fight they had was in Lebna, and that area Nobody really knows the specifics of it. They just said it's in between Bethel and Shiloh. So it's in between this land, in the land of Ephraim, is where they started the wars at. And this war, they took out Apollonius. Judas got his sword. And then there was momentum starting to set, because now they won their first significant military battle. The other ones were just small skirmishes that they were sitting back here and raiding in the middle of the night. This was a legitimate battle. And even with the casualty count, they wounded more than they killed. What does that show? That shows a lot of what? If you wound more than you kill, it shows a lot of inexperience in war. It's inexperience in war. You're supposed to take people out. They don't know kills. They just cutting it.
Swinging.
They're just swinging, huh? They're swinging, and the most ironic is whatever they was doing scared the professional army enough for them to back out and hit the hell out of it. But it also showed how herky and jerky this ragtag group was. Even though the Most High was with them, they're having to learn warfare and get skilled as they go. Okay? So just keep that in mind. So, from that point, now we continue. Let's go back to 1 Maccabees 3 and verse 13.
1 Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 13. Now when Sarah, a prince of the army of Syria, heard say that Judas had gathered unto him a multitude and company of faithful to go out with him to war.
And that's what this really connects to chapter 8, verse 1 in 2 Maccabees, where now he collects the 6,000 people. So now Saron, it is a prince of the army of Syria. Let me show that map again. Syria is the region above Cold Syria. If you look at the map, take a look online if you want. But you have Cold Syria is directly above Jerusalem, or directly is part of Jerusalem, that territory. Syria is that region above Cold Syria. So now Saron, which is the governor of the next one, because Cold Syria was Apollonius, and he got his ass whipped. So their army is in tatters. Now you got the Syrian guy, which is Saron. He sits back here and he gets word, okay, these guys have a respectable army. Now it's time for me to come in here and interject myself and actually deal with these guys. So now he's interjecting now, knowing that it's time for him to step in and do his job. So read that verse again, sir.
Verse 13. Now when Saron, a prince of the army of Syria, heard say that Judas had gathered unto him a multitude and company of the faithful to go out with him to war. So
now Saron says, okay, you got 6,000 people ready to go to war. Now I have to interject myself. Let me write this in real quick. Okay, keep going.
He said, I will get me a name and honor in the kingdom, for I will go fight with Judas and them that are with him, who despise the king's commandment.
He said, I'm going to get famous. I'm going to put hands on Judas and kill him and send his head in the mail to Antiochus and get fame and praise. And I can get riches and all kind of respect in the region. Read on.
So he made him ready to go up, and there went with him a mighty host of the ungodly to help him.
So what was crazy is, not only did he have his own army, he had a bunch of sellout Jews with him to help look for the people. Doesn't that sound familiar? Isn't that sound how it was with the United States? When they were sitting back here getting Gad? They would sit back here and get a bunch of sellout Gadites to go help track and look for the Gadites in the mountains. Where was Judas and them hiding? In the mountains. So you almost got to sit back here and get your own people, get them to sell out, and snitch on the people to find out their whereabouts. This has been going on from the beginning of time. That's one of the only ways to really break these rebel groups or these guerrilla warfare groups. You have to infiltrate them from the inside. Find out that Judas Judas will sit back here and tell you where they're at. They'll tell on them. And then all of a sudden, you can squash it from there. This has been a tactic from the beginning of time. So Saron does the same thing. He gets a bunch of wicked Jews and his military to come at Israel. Now, he's coming with a larger number of people, though. Okay? So what verse are we at?
Verse 15.
Okay. Read verse 15.
Verse 15. So he made him ready to go up, and there went with him a mighty host of the ungodly to help him, and to be avenged of the children of Israel.
Okay. So, hold this. Let's go back to the Josephus. Let's keep going where we're at.
Line 288.
Mm-hmm.
But when Saron, who was general of the army of Col Syria,
It was really Syria, because Apollonius was controlling of Col Syria. But let's continue.
heard that many had joined themselves to Judah, and that he had about him an army sufficient for fighting.
Or there's a better way to look at it. Josephus said Apollonius controlled Samaria, and Saron controlled Col Syria. That might make more sense, because if Apollonius just controlled Samaria, then he's only controlling just that slightly north territory, and would have made that victory more reasonable. Okay, so then Saron would have a greater control over all the reach going eastward. This is more than likely how it is. Okay, so either way, whether you look at it as Col Syria to Syria or Samaria to Col Syria, the battles are ramping up, and the numbers that they have to fight are starting to gradually ramp up. That's another thing about just battles in general. The Most High won't give you what? Anything you can't handle. So before he gives you this guy Saron, he gave you small regional town battles. Then he got you to the Samaritan battle. Now he got you ready for a larger, more grandioso battle. That's how he does us individually.
He builds us up. Even since the time period of us being in the wilderness. We had to fight the same way. Battle for battle, building up from scratch. The water came in and the weapons floated to us.
Well, it was just shields. No, really, it was shields and it was armor. Mm-hmm. Then we had to fight Edom. Then we gained the swords. It was stair-step battles. Yeah. You have to have faith to cross this water. Then the water sits back here. Iron does not float. Iron floated and sent us armor to our fitting. Then we had armor. Then we had to fight these Edomites, armor against guys with swords. Most High was with us. We got the swords. Now we earned armor and a sword. Now we have military weaponry to fight the damn Canaanites. But all of these battles were supposed to be set up to get us ready for the bigger battle against the giants, and we just were too scared. But the Most High has shown us this is how we have to look at our lives. When you're looking at challenging scenarios, you got to go back to see how the Most High had been with you to all these battles leading up to this next battle. The Most High doesn't do you wrong like that. He's not going to just jump and put you in a battle that's too much for you. He's going to prepare you so you can work your way gradually up. That's how the Most High shows you love. The battles just escalate incrementally, like they're gradually, incrementally building for Judas and these 6,000 men. Okay, so let's get back into Josephus. But when Saron,
line 288. But when Saron, who was general of the army of Col Syria, heard that many had joined themselves to Judah, and that he had about him an army sufficient for fighting and for making war, he determined to make an expedition against him, as thinking it became him to endeavor to punish those that transgress the king's injunctions. He then got together an army as large as he was able, and joined to it the renegade and wicked Jews.
Renegade is your rebellious Jews. Let's go find renegade real quick so that there's no confusion. Renegade is a rebel or a vagabond. It was just anybody that was against the cause. There's once again, where there's good, evil is present. Where there's evil, good is present. There's always that counterbalance. So there was a group of Jews that wanted things to be the way it was, that didn't want to do this Judas thing and didn't think that was what was supposed to be. So those guys, was that?
Like it always is.
Like, that's my point. Like it always is. It don't got to be that way. You're right. Then stay over there and have it not be that way. So read on.
Verse 289. He then got together an army as large as he was able, and joined to it the renegade and wicked Jews, and came against Judah. He then came.
Stop. I don't want to go any further. I'm going to hold off on that. Now I'm going to go back. So Saron brings his army up against Judah, and they're all set and ready to go. Now let's jump to verse 14 in 1 Maccabees chapter 3.
1 Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 14. He said, I will get me a name and honor in the kingdom, for I will go fight with Judas and them that are with him, who despise the king's commandment. So he made him ready to go up, and there went with him a mighty host of the ungodly to help him, and to be avenged of the children of Israel. And when he came near to the going up of Beth Horon, Judas went forth to meet him with a small company.
So now a small company was not his entire 6,000 men. It's a small company. Or it's just a small unit. It could be 6,000. It's just not at the level and the number of what Saron had. Okay? So let's continue.
Verse 17. Who when they saw the host coming to meet them.
Real quick, let's just look on the map and see where Beth Horon is. Okay, because this map kind of gives you a list of all the battles that we had in reclaiming Jerusalem or reclaiming the territory. Beth Horon is like somewhat south of the Samaritan land, near Gaphna and Emas. It's in the territory of Benjamin. Beth Horon is in the territory of Benjamin. So that first battle that was against the Samaritans was in the land of Samaria. Now, Saron brings his men into Israelite territory near Benjamin turf. It's the southern part of Benjamin. So that's where Beth Horon is. Southern part of Benjamin. They're ready to go, and the armies are lopsided, more pro-Saron than pro-Judas. Okay? So, let's continue.
Verse 17. Who, when they saw the host coming to meet them, said unto Judas, how shall we be able, being so few, to fight against so great a multitude and so strong?
So now the fear kicks in. It was okay whipping up on small towns and going in the middle of the night and raiding food and supplies
for survival
and taking out smaller numbers or more fairer battles. Now these numbers are real. And they're like, bro, how is this going to work? How is this going to work? I don't know how this is going to happen. So now the fear is kicking in. What's that?
Well, all the 12 tribes fighting as one.
Oh, well, don't forget, sis, the 9.5 tribes were already gone. So no, the 12 tribes were not fighting as one. There was only 3 tribes left in the region. And the areas where the 9.5 tribes were our enemies. There were other nations. That was that first fight with the governor Apollonius was over. We had to fight other nations that had taken our land and taken our territory. I'm just going to show you the map real quick. You see that land Samaria? And you see the land of Ephraim? From Ephraim northward, those were non-Israelites living there. From Benjamin south, from Bethel south, that was Israelite. Those were Jews. From Ephraim north, they were non-Israelites. because we had been kicked out of our land since 722 BC. The northern kingdom was. So that's the answer to your question. Says we were not fighting as one. There was only 3 tribes there left. So, where was I? Where was I in the last part? What was I talking about? It was the numbers. Sarah, these large numbers. The Israelites that had found success with Judas, now they were shook because these numbers got way higher than they were expecting.
It progressed from small battles and small skirmishes to bigger ante. The ante went up.
And now they're shook.
Bigger challenges.
Yes.
And a lot of times that happens in our life.
I know.
Where the Most High has you in a regular routine, and we can always handle our accepted routine.
Mm-hmm.
But then when the Most High starts enhancing our responsibilities and giving us more pressure, then that situation, you have to choose to believe more and choose more faith.
And you better hold on to those past victories to get you to this next
the
one.
Most High to update you.
Mm-hmm.
And get used to the new duress or the new challenge.
Come. And this is what they're not used to. Listen, they're not used to it for multiple reasons. The numbers are out of this world, and they're shook. Because what we're going to read now is that they were on a fast. Like, they're on a fast, and they got to fight these dudes, and these numbers are crazy, and they got nothing but military swords and all kind of fighting stuff, and we don't have the, now, we don't got the training. We're a citizen army. I'm just a little boy. I'm just a farmer.
Yep.
I'm not ready for this. That fear is starting to really increase and hit them. So read that verse again.
But
what's that?
If you look at the history, it's always been this way.
Done.
It's always had a small amount of people.
Yeah, and we'll warn that too. We'll warn that. But read that part again.
Verse 17. Who when they saw the host coming to meet them, said unto Judas, how shall we be able, being so few, to fight against so great a multitude and so strong, read
from the top. We're good.
How shall we be able, being so few, to fight against so great a multitude and so strong, seeing we are ready to faint with fasting all this day?
He said, we're about to pass out. We haven't eaten since last night. Well, earlier in the morning. Now it's daytime, and by the time you get to daytime, the afternoon, you're on the weak side of that fast.
Yeah,
you're dragging that. Ain't like you fought at like 7 o'clock at night. You're good then.
You don't feel so strong.
You feel weak at around noon. Like, bro, I'm feeling weak, and I'm nervous at the same time, and I'm scared, and these numbers are out of this world. Everything, then all of a sudden the fear is multiplied, the doubts multiplied. Maybe we can't do it this time. Maybe our run is over. Read on.
Unto whom Judas answered, it is no hard matter for many to be shut up in the hands of a few.
It's not hard for a lot of people, many people, to be broken down in the hands of a small amount of people. That's not as overwhelming of a concept as we make it to be. This is what Judas keeps reminding us. It's not about the size of their army. The Most High has taken out of the large army all throughout history with small numbers. And this is where the benefit of remembering your scriptures, remembering your stories, and how it correlates to your battle now. Why that's so important. But let's continue.
And with the Most High of heaven, it is all one, to deliver with a great multitude or a small company.
He says the Most High is going to be with us whether we had a large number or a small number. It's already don't even matter.
This man's crazy.
That's
talking crazy talk now.
That's what they're thinking. That's what they're like, man.
I get ready to get some food and get some animals.
Surviving,
but this
we gotta do this.
Now he's talking crazy.
That
general right there, that's a fool.
This guy just loves to kill. He just loves killing.
Exactly.
He just loves killing. He wants to send us to death.
I heard about it.
See, this is the first time all of a sudden they weren't cheerful. They were cheerful before this. There's nothing but sorrow in the land now.
Yeah.
Now they're afraid. Everybody was doing gladness and cheerfulness, heart in the wilderness.
If this is going to be my last day, that's the question.
That's the
That's
question.
the question.
The reality is, listen, do you really believe? Are you really about that action? Remember in verse 1 of 2 Maccabees 8, is we're ready to die for you. You sure? You sure about that? You sure you're ready to die? Where you at now? Everybody's ready to die because it's really time to die. Then all of a sudden, people are sitting back here and rethinking their scenarios. It's the truth.
I didn't expect these situations. I didn't expect
I didn't expect it to be these numbers. These are large numbers.
Yeah.
There you go. So, read on.
There's a different way to do this. Because that
there's a different way. Then where's the wisdom in this? Is there wisdom in this?
Remember, this art was galvanized by one strength.
That's
one
my
focus,
point.
One mind.
I know.
But then, now we're in the situation, the space, because of the stress of the battle. Now there's multiple perspectives.
This might not be wisdom
of how we can solve this problem.
We used to win it the nighttime. It's daytime now.
Yeah.
I
Is it really smart to fight battles when you're fasting? Because that's a argument that could be argued.
Yeah, it's very logical. It's a very logical question. Let's go find some more people.
There's logical perspectives.
Let's get 6,000 more people.
Where's the people? We need more people. We need some food. This might not be the best.
Let's wait till sundown. We get some food.
This might be time to retreat.
Mm-hmm.
This might be time to retreat.
I know.
I'm tired.
Listen, when you're doing a Day of Atonement act and you've walked around and did a regular day of activity, and it's 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, you don't feel so dope. You kind of hit a stride once you get to like 4 or 5, because you know it's about to be over.
Yeah.
When it's like 1 o'clock, you're like, this is hot garbage.
You feel every inch of that.
Everybody doesn't have the benefit of sleeping the whole afternoon. If you're sleeping,
you got something to do.
What? You got things to do. You can't sleep.
Yeah.
And your body's like, bruh, you ain't got it. You ain't got it in the tank.
Yeah.
You have nothing. You have nothing in the store.
You don't smell the food.
How you gonna do this? Yeah. But this is what's happening to Judas and the people. Everybody's panicking. Everybody's stressing out. Okay? So let's continue.
Verse 19. For the victory of battle standeth not in the multitude of a host, but strength cometh from heaven.
He keeps reminding us strength comes from the Most High. Strength comes from the Most High giving His Spirit to you. There is something to that. That if you push past your flesh, the Most High intercedes. Whether we believe that or not, you have to do it. Because we've done things with the body that, man, you sit back and say, how'd you do it? It was the Most High's strength and the Most High's mercy that gets us through a lot of things. If you're in the right spirit, you can accomplish anything. This is what Judas is trying to explain
to the
people.
The scriptures are, what man is impossible with the Most High.
Nothing is impossible.
Nothing is impossible. And Adidas uses the nothing is impossible. Listen, these ain't slogans. This is reality. This is our history.
Okay. Let's continue.
Or not impossible is nothing.
Exactly. Yeah. Good on.
Verse 20. They come against us in much pride and iniquity to destroy us, and our wives and children, and to spoil us. But we fight.
He says they come against us in much pride and iniquity to destroy us, and our wives and children, and to spoil us. And that's also he brought those concepts. This makes sense. You just can't run. If you run and they beat us, then your children get spoiled. Your wives get spoiled. You want them to be slaves? You have to shake Israel out of that fear, right?
Yeah.
You got to shake them out of that fear. You want to run and quit. So what happens when we die?
Exactly.
What happens to your wife? Your kids? What's going to happen to them? Then you better muster something inside of you to get past your fear and dig deep. The funny thing is, the first thing he explained was the spiritual answer. That was the first thing Judas said. Listen, man, the Most High will be with you. And the problem was, that was the first answer he gave.
And this is how you counsel.
And then all of a sudden, they weren't listening. They weren't really responding
like this,
to the Spirit. They weren't listening to the Spirit.
Scripture is that, you got to quote the Scripture today, huh?
It wasn't touching.
The Scripture wasn't hitting them. And he said, okay, they come in and take your woman. They even take your woman in junior, and your daughter's a slave.
That's when it's real.
Then all of a sudden, I Gotta fight. Now I can't run. I ain't got no escape. I ain't got no reason to sit back here and be weak now. Because you're going to lose. If we die, your children die, your family. Because once they kill us, they're going to find out where the hiding place is. They're going to keep a couple of people alive.
They're not going to stop.
They're going to keep a couple of folks alive to find out where the hideout is. Then they're going to squash the rebellion in the bud. Once they kill all the men, women, and children and make an example of this group of insurgents. So now Judas like, listen, bro, they're coming to take you out and your children. You're going to fight for your wife and kids or not? Or you going to be a sucker? Yeah. Now all of a sudden they got to take it. Now they got to take it serious. Now they got to at least listen more. So read verse 20 again.
Verse 20. They come against us in much pride and iniquity to destroy us and our wives and children and to spoil us. But we fight for our lives and our laws. Wherefore the Most High himself will overthrow them before our face. And as for you, be ye not afraid of them.
He says the Most High is going to break them right in front of your eyes. You just can't be afraid of them and caught up and focus, ultra hyper focus on what bad is going to happen. Yeah. You got to shake out of this fear and push forward. Okay? So hold this, and we're going to go to Proverbs chapter 29 and 25. Proverbs 29, verse 25.
Proverbs chapter 29 and verse 25.
Let me get it real quick. (29 and 25). Read that, sir.
Proverbs chapter 29 and verse 25. The fear of man bringeth a snare.
The fear of man bringeth a snare.
Yes, that's true.
And this is what Judas is wrestling with. Like this fear, man. If I don't get these guys to shake off this fear, everybody's going to operate slowly, hesitate, react. It's the funny thing is, with fear in you, as soon as the war starts to look bad, you're out of there. Yep. You're cutting out. I got to find a way to get them to stop looking at what's the worst. Because when you're afraid, you're looking for the worst case scenario to happen. You're looking to see a couple guys fall, and then you're out.
To validate the decision your flesh
already
has pre-exposed you to.
Yes. And he says
your predisposed weaknesses that we already have before you even get in the battle. Maybe your whole life you were running in the beginning. Mm-hmm. You were running your whole life. I didn't know, but as a guard, I've guarded my whole life. Yeah. What am I doing?
These guys weren't professional soldiers. They weren't developed dealing with this type of warfare on a consistent basis. He says, the fear of man bringeth a snare. Read on.
But whoso putteth his trust in the Most High shall be safe.
If you put your trust in the Most High, you'll be safe. There's a scripture where it says, fear not sudden fear.
Oh yeah, fear not sudden fear. Don't be afraid.
Yeah, don't be afraid. I'm gonna find it. It's in Proverbs. Okay, it's Proverbs 3 and 25. The reason I'm going there, it helps explain this. Proverbs 3 and 25.
Proverbs chapter 3 and verse 25. Be not afraid of sudden fear.
So, this is important. Because when sudden fear hits you, it doesn't mean that fear is real. Just because you feel fear doesn't mean that it's real. He says, be not afraid of sudden fear. Meaning, when sudden fear hits you, there's a panic. Scripture's like, don't be afraid of that initial panic. Work through that panic. What's that?
It's a betraying of the support.
It's a betraying of your confidence. It's an illusion. That fear, more times than not, is an illusion, and you can't overreact to that initial feeling and a response your body and your mind is giving you based off what you see. But that's really the flesh in totality. Whether it's fear, whether it's hatred, whether it's emotion, whether it's doubt, whether it's whatever, a negative outlook. The scripture's like, don't respond to that first thought and emotion that pops in your head. You have to acknowledge it, but don't feed it. It says, don't be afraid of sudden fear. Listen, just because you're afraid doesn't mean you have to tell yourself that you're afraid. Just because you're afraid doesn't mean you have to fuel the fear. There's a saying about courage, and it talks about how courage is not the absence of fear. It's the acknowledgement of what's in front of you, but you still push forward anyway. And when you operate with courage, that is a spiritual response to fear. But we have to learn to do this in every other aspect of your life. Just because there is a feeling that overrides you doesn't mean you have to give yourself to that feeling. In actuality, pleasing the Most High is the acknowledgement of that emotion that hits you, and you choose to go the opposite direction. That's how you know you're getting closer to the Heavenly Father, when you go opposite of where your feelings tell you to go. So he says, be not afraid of sudden fear. Just because you are initially struck with fear doesn't mean you have to feed that. Just because doubt hits you initially doesn't mean you have to become doubt. And this is how we elevate beyond the human carnal condition. The problem is, as brothers and sisters, we are just slaves to how we feel. If I'm afraid, I'm going to give myself to my fear. If I have lust on me, I'm going to give myself to that lust. If I have doubt, I'm going to become doubt. We have not learned to face emotions, acknowledge emotions, but also acknowledge that they're not real. There's just thoughts and feelings that are trying to guide me on a path that I don't want to go. That doesn't please the Heavenly Father. So, with that being the case, Proverbs 3:25 is trying to teach us. Matter of fact, read verse 26 of chapter 3. Read 25 and 26.
Proverbs chapter 3 and verse 25. Be not afraid of sudden fear, neither of the desolation of the wicked when it cometh. For the Most High shall be thy confidence, and shall keep thy foot from being taken.
When it says the Most High is going to be your confidence, that means his way of looking at things has to be the final decision. When you're wrestling with emotions, what he's saying is, if there is sudden fear that hits you, don't react to the sudden fear. React to the confidence the Most High gives you in holding on to his scriptures and his way of looking at things. That's got to be what motivates you to make the final decisions in regards to your circumstances. The Lord's ways versus that initial strike of fear. The Lord's ways or that initial doubt that hits you. The Lord's ways or that initial wave of pride that flows over you. What do you choose? This is about making a conscientious choice to hold on to the Most High's confidence, the Most High's way, instead of letting emotions just take over you. Because this is how we fall into sin. This is how all the good that these 6,000 men had initially did could get thrown in the trash can. Because all that good was for naught. Because this is why when scripture say this is when Satan comes in to a situation. This is when Satan interjects itself and tries to throw away all the good that's right in front of you. Satan is what? Sensual. The God of this world is sensual. So what we're fighting every day of our life is that those sensual feelings that are trying to guide us away from the confidence the Most High has us hold on to. So with that, let's go back to Proverbs 29 and 25.
Proverbs chapter 29 and verse 25.
Mm-hmm.
The fear of man bringeth a snare.
The fear of man, the fear of a condition, brings about a snare. This is anything, this is the definition of snare, anything by which one is entangled and brought into trouble. Okay? For instance, this is not necessarily relevant. It says an instrument for catching animals, particularly fowls by one leg. Listen, once you get caught in a trap, you can't go nowhere. You're done. And it's a matter of time before you're killed. So what is he saying about fear? If fear takes you over, it's a matter of time before you're trapped and you die. Either your spirit dies or your flesh dies. So operating in spirit and fear on any level is going to put you in a trap where you can't get out of. You can't operate on any level with fear. You can't do it. Fear is going to lead you to destruction one way or another. So when you connect Proverbs 3 and Proverbs 29, you got to acknowledge that there's fear and conscientiously choose not that path. Go opposite of that path. If not, listen, what people don't understand, and we talked about it in council on Monday, the level of work and the level of spiritual convincing it takes to break the negative in us. I don't think we understand the level of work it takes to get us from looking at one situation in complete fear or with complete pride or with complete doubt, and then finding scriptural, spiritual ways to come up with a numerous list why that way of looking at things is off. Because that's what it takes. Think about the justifications we have to fuel our lust, the justifications we have to fuel our hatred, the justification we have to look at things in the worst possible way. And then the question is, how many scriptures, how many spiritual trains of thought do you use to conquer that? The problem is, we'll have 50 negative reasons to be afraid, 75 negative reasons to be hateful, 100 negative reasons to not change. But we don't counteract those large justifications not to change with 3 to 4 to 5 times the reasons why to change. And that's why we don't change. It takes, and I'm giving a hypothetical number, 5 to 10 more times of justifications to fight what's inside of you to overcome your strong reasons not to change, or your strong reasons to think what you think. Do you think you can just read a Bible verse? I feel good now. Now these demons are out of here. One verse doesn't do it. I've tried. One verse don't do it. 2 verses don't do it. How many verses does it take? How many different reasonings, spiritual reasonings, does it take to overcome something that you strongly feel you need to do on the left-hand side? And have you practiced it? Have you tried it? How hard have you tried to not give in? More times than not, you didn't try hard enough. That's why you keep giving in. So if you have strong fear in you, how many scriptures and spiritual insights and ways of looking at things have you gone over to justify why your feeling of fear is weakness and you're ready to overcome it? This is what it takes. This is what it takes to actually change. Either that or temporarily feeding off of somebody else's strength. This is why we can pose and fake all we want around the body. When we get home and look at the four walls, that's when everybody gets their ass kicked. Because there's nobody else to pull strength from but your own negative mind that is convinced that making these negative decisions is what you need. But the only ammo we got is the acknowledgement that how we're thinking is just a feeling, and we can't make moves and decisions off of these feelings. That's the start. Is to acknowledge that what you're feeling is just a feeling and it's not real, and it doesn't have to be real. Once you make that determination, then it's how many thoughts and scriptures and spiritual advice and approaches can you use to tack on to that way that you're looking at things, to counteract what you strongly believe in. Well, we're going to read what Maccabees does. He just sits back here and in mid-conversation, he says, F it, I'm going. You going or not? Because he was eliminating in our head our desire to think shit through, be super analytical. We would think, listen, there is a statement that says, gosh, how they say it? It is it's like a lack of activity through thinking.
Oh,
paralysis through analysis. Paralysis by analysis. All the thinking. Yes, it's.
So it just basically wasn't a situation where it was counted.
They should count the cost before when they went to him and said, "We want to go fight with you and risk our lives."
So the counting had already been done.
Well, no, they should have been done. Well, what happens is we count the cost off of how we feel and how good the circumstances is that day. It's like when we come to the truth. We'll sit back here and get this now and say, it was a hell of a class. This has been a whole 6 months of phenomenal classes. I think I want to give my life to this. And you not realize what giving your life to anything is. Because when you give your life to anything, you're acknowledging I'm going to take the good and the bad. It's no different in marriage. You say, I want to build with this person for the rest of my life. All right, what does that mean? Rest of my life, that means when shit is good, it's good. When shit is bad, you got to do what? You got to thug this out. But you don't know how bad it's going to get until it gets bad. These guys didn't know there was going to be 10-1 numbers, and they got to fight. Nobody knows how hard it's going to get until you get in the battle. Nobody knows. These guys, when they say, man, I want to sit back and die for Christ. All right, let's go. Let's go in these woods. You know what? The woods ain't bad. I like to hike. Okay, come on in the woods. But there's going to be eventually something that you don't like. You might like hiking. What is it that you don't like? Fighting giants? Snakes? Boars? That's not awesome. They're rolling a pack of 20 and they're hungry and they smell what you cooking in there and they want a piece of it. Remember we went out there to the gathering a couple years ago at the Tabernacles and there was all those eyes outside out?
Yeah.
Remember that? On 1604?
Yeah.
And it was like a bunch of eyes. And I'm like, I hope they're deer eyes. But I don't know.
I don't believe the deer eyes.
Listen, I don't believe it was deer eyes, but you hope it was deer eyes.
Listen.
And then there was this eyes. Yeah, the funny thing, there was this big old trash can, like way out there to walk. I'm like, do I want to throw this trash out there with all these goddamn eyes out? And he's like this. I was like, no, I will do this in the morning. I will throw this trash. I'm gonna put the trash over here, but I am not going in Dar Hills. Yes, ma'am.
Photos of the 7 kids.
That's what I'm saying. Listen, you can go in there if you want. But I was told when you're around hogs, you better find a tree. You better know where there's a tree. Because if you don't have a tree, you're in trouble. Mm-hmm. And you better have some weaponry. It ain't just a tree. You better have some guns. You better have something.
Yeah, and I had a pellet gun. But what sucked was when I shot it, it didn't go far enough. It fell right in front of us. I was
And nah, dude, it's okay. I will pass. So what? First of all, them wild hogs is no joke. That's why we brought Zions out there. Like, dude, you better protect this area. Cause you better. The whole camp couldn't be sleep out. Because the whole camp was sleep. They will be. You will see some silhouettes with husk in your tent. What you gonna? Get out of here! Get out of here, dog! Get out of here, dog! Man, listen, man, ain't gonna work. Just kicking and talking loud. It's not gonna stop.
He wants something.
He smelled something in there. He wants.
He made a decision.
Listen, bro, they're coming in groups.
They're rating too.
Listen, we've kind of ventured off into the wild boar conversation, but the point is, we just read where these brothers said, "Man, listen, we want to go with you are. We want to risk our lives for Yahweh Shai." I've heard that 1,000 times. Let's sit back here. I'm gonna read it. 2 Maccabees 8:1. Then Judas Maccabees and they that were with him went privily into the towns and called their kinfolks together, and took unto them all as such as continued in the Jews' religion, and assembled them 6,000 men. It's not that one. It's in First Maccabees, where they said that they wanted to serve the Most High. I can't find it right now, but we read it, and they said that they wanted to serve the Most High and believe in Him. That's all cool. I mean, maybe it's later on. Maybe it's later on. I don't want to miss this point. The fact that they assembled 6,000 men, it was based on they made a decision to sit back and live this life. Now, maybe it was in here. Uh-huh. 8 and 16. Well, we didn't read that far, but huh? 8 and 16? It could be there, but we didn't read that far. I could have swore we read it.
First Maccabees, 59 to 16.
Huh?
First Maccabees,
Chapter what?
1 and 58, right around here.
It's not 1 and 58 because we read it today. I could have sworn we read it today, didn't we? No, I know we read it.
Well, I know 8 and 16 does say, so Maccabees called his men together onto the number of 6,000 and exhorted them not to be stricken with terror of the heathen.
No, I know this. I'm talking about, because that's dealing with Nicanor. I'm talking about when the people came to him and said they wanted to serve the Most High. The people that came to him that was willing to serve the Lord and embrace. 63. We didn't read. Maybe it's chapter 2. We didn't read 1. We didn't read chapter 1. Let me see. Because we read, number 1. We didn't read 1. 1 second. Okay, here it is. It was 3 and 9. First Maccabees 3 and 9.
First Maccabees chapter 3 and verse
I know I wasn't crazy. Let me see this marker out. Read that verse out.
First Maccabees chapter
Matter of
3.
fact, give me verse 8 and 9.
First Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 8. Moreover, he went through the cities of Judah, destroying the ungodly out of them, and turning away wrath from Israel, so that he was renowned unto the utmost part of the earth, and he received unto him such as were ready to perish.
He received unto him such as were ready to perish. These guys said, I'm ready to die. I'm ready to go with your group, be a part of this 6,000 men. You already have 600. I want to be part of this next phase, so we can sit back here and get our nation back, and I'm ready to die. That's what they said. That's what we say when we come to class and get taught. I'm ready to serve the Most High. But do you realize that serving the Most High means serving the Most High through good and difficult times?
Good and bad.
Serving the Most High wasn't just, we're just going to raid these small towns and take over these people. Serving the Most High was also sitting back dealing with these gargantuan odds and number differences. Yes. Is your hand up?
No.
Okay. That's what serving the Most High is. Just like serving the Most High the truth. Listen, it's not about just loving dynamic classes and seeing the scriptures and seeing the clarity of the Bible. It's also the loss that comes with it. It's also the ups and downs of dealing with leadership. Ups and downs dealing with all the idiosyncrasies of dealing with brotherhood and sisterhood. Brotherhood and sisterhood sounds like a damn comic book and you got to live it. You sound like the greatest thing in the world. The brotherhood! It sounds great, you got to do it every day. And deal with the BS Israel brings. Then you're not going to be doing, yeah! Like in every Japanimation show, they're like, yeah, we won! Listen, it ain't going to be like that in real life. In real life, dealing with Israel is a damn battle. Dealing with sisterhood is a battle. That's the point. The point I'm bringing is hell. Listen, nobody knows how hard it's going to be. But when you get in it, do you believe it or not? Do you believe that committing to your body and dealing with the sick and helping the sick is how you get to the kingdom? But what does dealing with the sick mean? That's dealing with insanity, psychosis, self-hate, self-condemnation, envy, pride of people. Everybody hears heal the sick, cleanse the leper. What does healing the damn sick mean? Dealing with niggas that only know how to hate. What do you think dealing with the fatherless means? It means dealing with a bunch of people that don't know correction. That takes correction like it's a knock against them.
They'll disrespect.
And you got to go and deal with disrespectful ass Jews 24/7, 365, and that's the work of Christ. We just don't read the fine print. We just don't read the fine print. Oh shit! That's what the fatherless means.
To the sick and the fatherless.
Yeah.
Oh man. Thank you. You take all the bullshit out.
God, this is carrying responsibilities.
Yeah.
And not being thanked.
Yeah.
Because that fatherless son is cussing you out most of the time. You ain't never loved me. What are you talking about? We've been doing this whole time. You don't care.
Why are you here? You've been here 4 years, bro. No, we gonna give a damn for 4 years up? You just say give a damn, it's cold. It's ice cold.
That's why I don't follow the Israelites. Damn, brothers to deal with you at your worst.
Yeah.
And help build you up. And that's what you get? And the answer is yes.
That's the word.
So what's the point? You had Jews that told the Maccabees, listen, bro, we want to put our life on the line for you and for the work. Now, when it's time to put your life on the line, we didn't eat today. We didn't eat. I didn't sign up for this. You did. Now the Most High is ramping up the expectation, and you can't handle it. It is impossible for the Most High to tell you everything you're going to have to suffer before you suffer. If you did that, there's no faith there. Where's the faith if he tells you what you're going to go through before you go through it? Then there's no challenge. There's no glory in that.
Faith that is not seen. A hope that is seen is not faith.
The hope that is seen is not faith. It's not hope. There's no lesson. So the Most High, like we've been explaining, constantly builds your spirit up to get to the spot where you're at now, and you can handle it. You just don't want to handle it. And you didn't think the Most High was going to demand this much from you. You thought you can give a little bit and skeet by. They thought, these guys that are scared, thought they can just do a couple little pillaging sessions here and there, do a little Robin Hood shit, and the nation comes together.
It's when the spiritual high goes away.
Done.
Is the I think one of the critical factors of this point. There is a spiritual high you get for a certain period of time, and then that spiritual high goes away, and it's just this is what's expected of you.
Yeah.
This dealing with expectation. I'm expected,
and the expectation keeps ramping up. It keeps ramping up.
I have to produce this now.
Yeah.
I have to produce this now. I have to produce this now. Now I have to produce this.
Yeah.
Then the question is, how long can I produce?
How long can I keep changing?
Yeah.
How long can I keep fixing what's inside of me? How long can I keep rising up to the challenge? And this is what they're facing. It was cool when we snuck attack Apollonius and you got swore we was all smiling. It was cool when we was doing these minor battles. Now these guys are, this is an organized, legitimate army. Because nobody likes the Samaritans anyway.
Yeah.
We know that. Historically,
Right.
we had beef with the Samaritans. So yeah, let's get these suckers. They don't like these guys anyway.
I never liked them.
Because they're a bunch of posers. Is that the Jew never had problems with the Samaritans. Because whenever it benefited them, we're Jews. When we were on our low slide, we're not Jews. They know, they kept score. We don't like those guys. So we already had grudges anyway with those guys. Now you got to fight out of this pure faith for the love of the game.
Yeah.
And they're trained killers. Now the fear comes out. I didn't sign up for this, but you said you was going to ride to the death for this. When we come in the class, man, I'm an Israelite till I die. You mean I heard that BS people say? I'm Israel, I'm a Jew till I die. I'm this till I die. Okay. Well, we'll see what happens. Most High will hold you to those words. SOT forever. Okay. What's going to get in the way from your rah-rah SOT statements? What adversity are you going to say, man, this ain't for me no more? I've seen it all the time. Anyway, so, going back to the point, when we were reading in Proverbs 29:25, Proverbs 3 and 25, was that fear was an illusion. It wasn't real. Just because you feel it doesn't mean it's real. And then we explained it that if you fuel that fear, it brings a snare to you. Now you can't escape it. It's got a hold on you. And what it's got a hold on to is going to lead you to your demise. This is why you can't feed fuel. You can't use fuel, that fear, as a fuel. You acknowledge it is there, discard it, and cleave to the Most High, not your feelings. Let all that go, and let's go to Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha, chapter 2 and 13. You got it, that one?
Yes, sir.
Let's read it.
Ecclesiastes chapter 2 and verse 13. Woe unto him that is faint-hearted.
He says, destruction comes to the person that is afraid. Read on.
For he believeth not. Therefore shall he not be defended.
So it really boils down to, he says, destruction comes to the person that's fueled by fear because he doesn't believe. It boils down to this. Either you believe in this work or not. But the problem is, a lot of our belief in serving the Most High is predicated on what we're not losing. Your fear is, if you don't, listen, true faith in the Most High is predicated on whether I'm gaining something or not. That's how you know a person believes. Why would a person fear anything serving the Most High? Think about that. Why would anybody be faint-hearted serving the Most High? Because they're afraid of what they're going to lose. And if you're going to have a relationship with the Most High, you can't have any type of fear of whatever you might lose. That can't matter. Because in your pursuit to serve the Most High, the only thing that should matter is your pursuit to please Him. Losing something, what he's letting you know is, in serving the Most High, you are going to lose things. Why are you afraid of losing things? Whether it's your opinion, the life you wanted, the expectation of the life you wanted, it doesn't matter. If you have fear and if you're faint-hearted, it's because you're going to be destroyed, meaning woe, because you don't believe. What the Most High is showing you is He is going to dangle fearful scenarios right before your eyes with the intense purpose to determine if that fear is going to be what's the reason why you don't continue serving Him. You know how many people quit serving the Most High because they were afraid to lose something that they acquired in the truth or before the truth? People stopped doing the work because of what they were afraid to lose. And in them losing anyway. We had a class. If you're afraid to lose, you're going to what? You're going to still lose. People lose every day. At least you're going to lose what you're going to lose because you have morals and a proper reason to put your foot down for the Most High's sake. There is glory in that. But the Most High disdains us when we sit back and we're afraid to lose and we back away from serving the Most High and putting Him first because we don't want to lose nothing. He hates that. He says destruction comes to the Jew that can't lose nothing for him. Read verse 13.
Verse 13. Woe unto him that is faint-hearted, for he believeth not. Therefore shall he not be defended.
The thing is this. He's like, he won't defend you. So the thinking is if we're looking at these crazy odds and we have to fight, the thought is if I die, I die. At least I gave Him my all. But if you operate in fear, well, what is it? Before we even go into the fear part, if you fight your battle and you go down there and fight, there is a chance because you fight your battle, He'll defend you. But if you're afraid and you run, you definitely won't be defended. You won't be defended if you are afraid to lose what you got. So you'll have a better chance of being protected by the Most High if you operate in courage and stand firm and hold your ground in the Spirit. He's telling us how to think. If you're afraid to lose for the right reasons, take the risk to lose it. You might lose it, you might keep it. But you have a better chance of being defended if you maintain your morals and principles than if you sit back doing this damn compromising because you're afraid to lose. You'll definitely lose it that way. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You can use that concept in all forms of life. Marriage, work amongst the body, work in the job. Take the spiritual high ground and live with the results one way or the other. Okay. Let that verse go and jump to Deuteronomy 7 and 7. And these type of classes are important because they're reminders about how we have to think during adverse situations. Deuteronomy 7 and 7.
Deuteronomy chapter 7 and verse 7. The Lord did not set His love upon you, nor choose you, because you were more in number than any people, for ye were the fewest of all people.
He said He didn't choose you because we had the larger numbers. Read it again from the top.
Verse 7. The Lord did not set His love upon you, nor choose you, because you were more in number than any people, for ye were the fewest of all people.
He said we were the fewest of all people when He had chosen us. Knowing that, we're always going to be the underdog. We're always going to be the lower in number. But He didn't choose us because we were the lower in number. Read on.
But because the Lord loved you, and because He would keep the oath which He swore unto your fathers, hath the Lord brought you out with a mighty hand, and redeemed you out of the house of bondmen, from the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt.
So the thing is this. He protected us in our small numbers because he loved us. So if we're fighting in this scenario where our backs are against the wall and we're fighting for our nation, if the Most High takes your life in that battle, at least you fought trying to preserve your nation, knowing that if you might have gone down, the battle continues and the nation will be preserved. The truth is, the only way to combat you know what fear really exposes? What does fear really expose? Your true intentions. Because the reality is this: if everybody fights with confidence in the war and you die, but your family is sustained and the nation is sustained, was it a victory or not? It's only not a victory if you wanted something not to be. The problem is fear exposes our selfish intentions. That's what's being exposed. That's what's being exposed through these fearful elements. These fearful elements are exposing the fact that you're really about you. And you listen, these guys that are complaining to Maccabees about it's the Sabbath, or we did a fast, and we can't fight on the fast. You just don't want to die, and you don't want to take the risk of dying. You ain't no deeper than that. You know what's on the line. You know this army's here to fight you, and we got to take them out. Your only reason is that you're afraid to lose, and that's what fear exposes. And this is why the Most High doesn't defend the fearful person, because the fear only has power when you're afraid to lose. If you're not afraid to lose anything, and it's all about your service to the Lord, then there's nothing else attaching you in the flesh. This is how he's dealing with us. And he's trying to see where our intentions and where our true heart is fueled from. But most of us serve the Most High only to our convenience. And this is where that fearful heart exposes. And this is where the Most High don't defend us. He don't defend you because you only want to serve the Most High as long as it benefits you. When it don't benefit you, I don't know if I want to do this. Now I'm afraid. Now I have doubts. Now I'm not sure. Whether it's doubt or fear or hesitance, it just exposes your lack of service, which shows the Most High all he needs to see about who you are as a woman or a man. And that's what we don't like to accept. But he says he's not going to defend the people that are operated off of fear and their selfish motivations. So, and that's why the fear is a snare. Because the fear is that one thing that keeps you, is that crutch that keeps you from ascending to the higher levels of spirituality that we were created to be. The fear of loss, the fear of control. This is what Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, they had successfully beat that in themselves. They said, listen, Nebuchadnezzar, we respect you, but we're not going to treat you as a god. We're not going to serve you as a god. And there's nothing you're going to say to make us change that. Now, we know the Most High has the power to save us from this fire. But if he chooses not to do that, we'll just die. And we'll be okay with that. That's how they destroyed fear. If I got to die, I got to die. I'm doing the right thing regardless. And I'm going to sit back here and live honorably. That's how you defeat fear. And that's how you allow the Most High to defend you. Like I said, I'm trying to make things clear for y'all, man. Let that go in Deuteronomy. Let's go to 1 Kings, chapter 19 and 8. Hmm. 19 verse 18.
18?
Yep, it was 18, not 8. 1 Kings 19 and verse 18.
Got it.
You know, the truth is, a lot of people don't like this message because they just don't want to sacrifice them. People think serving the Most High is about gaining and gaining and gaining and gaining and gaining and gaining and getting and getting and getting and getting. And as soon as you don't get something out, this is why I left. You know, our nation is full of unaccountable people who expect to get things and not lose things. And this is why a lot of people don't have a proper relationship with the Heavenly Father. It's sad, but it's true. People want to get. People want to get and get and get. When things don't benefit them, they quit and run. And the Most High sees it. It ain't about us seeing it. It's the Most High sees it. Read that.
1 Kings chapter 19 and verse 18. Yet have I left me 7,000 in Israel, all the knees which have not bowed unto Baal, and every mouth which had not kissed him.
This verse is important because it's a reminder that he doesn't need this large number of people for him to be happy with.
Exactly.
He says, out of an innumerable nation, he set aside only 7,000 people that believe.
Small amount.
You know, 7,000 people that don't mind putting their life last so that Christ can be promoted. Like the scripture says, I decrease so that he can increase. Most people don't accept that thinking. And that's why most of them aren't going to make it. I'm not saying I'm going to make it. But at least I know damn sure what it's going to take to make it. And that's what we teach. Nobody's guaranteed a spot. But at least you got to teach what it's going to take to get there. He says 7,000 out of an innumerable nation haven't bowed their knees to Baal. These percentages are out of this world of the amount of people that deserve the Most High's respect. People that, regardless of their circumstances, regardless of their gains, remain faithful. Like the question is this. People have said it all the time. Yeah, there was no way I would have known how my marriage would have been going into this. There's no way would I have known what serving the Most High looks like until I went in there. And that's the exact point. If you believe in Christ, if you believe in serving the Most High, none of this other stuff matters. The only reason this stuff matters is because you wanted something else out the deal that you didn't get. It ain't no deeper than that. If you want what the Lord wants, you will be happy. That's men and women. If men want what the Lord wants, they'd be happy and there'd be cheerfulness and gladness of heart in their minds. If they want what the Lord wants, but the problem is we want what we want while serving the Lord, while getting acknowledged and blessed by the Lord. And that don't work. And that's the difference between the 7,000 that have not bowed their knees to Baal and the ones who have. Because the ones who have, they want something out the deal. And serving, this idea of one-way serving, nobody wants to hear that. Nobody wants to hear that. But if you acknowledge that it's a one-way deal, then everything else you get that's a benefit is the greatest benefit in the world. How can you find happiness serving the Most High? You get it by expecting nothing in return. When you expect nothing, then everything you get back is the greatest blessing you can get. That's how you have to think. Anything else, you're going to be in it from the perspective of an ungrateful servant that can never see the good the Most High has bestowed on them. Simple as that. People can take it or not. Deuteronomy 32, verse 30 and 31.
Right.
Almost. Yeah, let's read that.
Deuteronomy chapter 32 and verse 30. How should one chase 1,000 and two put...
Matter of fact, read verse 29.
Deuteronomy chapter 32 and verse 29. Oh, that ye were wise, that they understood this, that they would consider their latter end. How should one chase 1,000 and two put 10,000 to flight, except their rock had sold them?
What he's saying is, The numbers of our victories are only possible if our mind and our spirit is connected with the Heavenly Father. He's saying one man can chase 1,000, and 10 can chase. And 2 can chase 10,000 a flight. 1 to 1,000 and 2 to 10,000 has nothing to do with skill. Has nothing to do with how talented we are. This is about 1 chasing 1,000 and 2 chasing 10,000 is based on the Most High setting up circumstances for those 2 and 1 to attain the victory. Whenever you sit back here and read throughout the history of our people, it wasn't about physical exploits. The only guy that I saw, there was only a handful of guys that just were so physically dominant, people were afraid. That was Samson. Samson was just physically dominant. And then even in his physical dominance, the Most High kept this jawbone of an ass from breaking.
Yeah. Physical dominance, what he did. But everybody else, most of the fighting was, we would blow a horn, and the nation would wake up and think that they're at war, and they started fighting each other. That happened like 3 or 4 times. Most of our victories were just, they sit back and nation saw a mirage, they thought it was blood, and they ran and thought it was war, and they thought people were dying, so they ran out of it. It was so many scenarios like that. When Hezekiah was the king, and the Assyrians were going to come wipe them out, and the Assyrian guys were camped around Jerusalem, and they woke up and rats had eaten the leather out of their military equipment. They're like, this is a bad omen, man. Listen, our gods are against us. And they got spooked out, and there's some thunder and lightning from heaven wiped out a handful of folks from their camp. Then they ran off. That had nothing to do with our military prowess. That was the fact that we showed up, we had faith, and we started the process of fighting back, and the Most High had our back. That's how 1 can chase 1,000 and 2 can chase 10,000. We're not these crazy warriors. We're just men. The same way that a bunch of ragtag Israelites that don't have any real connection with each other besides our belief is going to somehow, we're going to come together, and the Most High is going to overthrow this place and give it to us. Even though we have no military training, no governmental training, no form of understanding government, somehow the Most High is going to sit back here and make the base things of this earth look wise. But it's going to be not of our power, but of our faith and our humility and our willingness to put Him first despite what we gain or lose. Half of our reasons for quitting is that we're mad because we don't get what we want out the deal. And that is a lack of faith. It's that simple. Yeah.
And this is why the Most High does not defend the faint-hearted. He's not defending a person who's upset because they had an idea of what their life should be, and their idea of what their life should be does not match their expectation. If you don't get over that, the Most High will not be happy with you. I can tell you that. You better learn to be appreciative of the path you chose. If you chose to serve the Lord, then be happy that you chose that path, and be happy for the choices you made that were spiritually intended the right way. And live with the results of your circumstances. Just like these men that are sitting back here to fight Sarah's army, got to live with their choices. The good and the bad. The wins and the possible losses. They're staring the idea that could happen. And they got to deal and come to grips with that. I'm weak. I don't feel 100%. There's a chance I lose. So what? So you're only going to be zealous for the Most High when it's a sure thing? This is why they said, we explained it a couple weeks ago, that Saul's fighting against the Philistines was heroic. He knew he was going to lose and fought anyway.
His last battle.
He knew he was going to. He says at least warriors, when they fight battle, it's a 50-50 chance they might win or lose. Saul knew he was going to lose and still fought.
He was courageous.
He says, you don't find that kind of courage in Israel. It was for sure he was going to lose. We got a 50-50 chance, and we can't see the good at it. Anyway, did we finish Deuteronomy? No, we didn't. Read on.
30.
Read verse 30 again.
Deuteronomy chapter 32 and verse 30. How should one chase 1,000 and two put 10,000 to flight, except their rock had sold them, and the Most High had shut them up?
The Most High had looked after them. The Most High is there in control of all of our situations. Read on.
For their rock is not as our rock.
He says the nation's strength, the nation's foundation, what they hold their confidence in, is not our confidence. Our confidence is this. Judas is going to explain it. He said our innocency is our greatest strength. And that's the truth. Us being innocent and blameless is what our greatest confidence should be.
Clean hands.
Clean hands making the man stronger and stronger. That's what we should hold our hat on. I ain't done no wickedness, so let me be bold. I ain't done nothing wrong. Let me push forward and fight. Most High's with me. If I was doing some wickedness, then I maybe not. But if my intention was right, everything I did right. Hell, even the fact that I'm weakened because
I'm
fasting. You don't think the Most High is kept that in consideration for this moment?
Come on, bro.
He can't give you the strength to fight your battle? But once again, now it's like, oh, these silly guys. Well, 5 minutes ago, you can see why they're weak. Right? But what type of thinking are you going to take on?
Exactly.
What are you going to choose to hold on to define you? The logic or the spirit? And this is why their rock isn't our rock. Because our rock isn't based off of logic. 100% logic. Our strength is based upon looking at things spiritually. That is the difference. That's how our rock isn't their rock. The nation's rock is based upon numbers and strategy and technicality and weapons. Ours is based on outlook.
And it's been
living a spiritual life the right way.
And it's been proven in the book multiple times.
Con.
From the beginning.
Listen, for us to win battles, we better sit back here. Our hands got to be clean. We got to be away from negative.
Yep.
We got to sit back here. Our intentions have to be towards helping our people, towards developing our nation. It can't be just selfish nigga mindset, nigga mentalities that we have.
You have to subtract
that desire to come up. For us, we can't be about us. Our desire to move forward should be based on helping our people, not us coming up. We haven't learned that yet? Continue. Is that all that?
Verse 31.
Yes.
For their rock is not as our rock, even our enemies themselves being judges.
The way we think, the way our motivation is not like them. Let that go and go to Josephus, book 5, chapter 6, paragraph 3. Book 5, chapter 6. Book 5, chapter 6, paragraph 3.
Josephus.
Book 5, chapter 6, paragraph 3.
Okay.
This is dealing with Gideon and the army. The Most High chose to have Gideon use to fight our enemy at the time. Read that.
It's page 141, Antiquities of the Jews, book 5, chapter 6, paragraph 3, line 215.
Mm-hmm.
Now therefore, as Gideon was relating this to some young men, they believed him. And immediately there was an army of 10,000 men got ready for fighting.
So Gideon convinced the Jews to come back and fight for their land. Because before this, they were like raiding Arabians that was going through the land of Israel during harvest time and taking all the harvest from this particular region. I think it was Manasseh and Ephraim. They were raiding and taking their resources and leaving. It was so bad that the Jews were hiding in caves afraid of these raiders. So the Most High inspired Gideon to stand up and get an army together. The army got to 10,000 people. That's a large number for an Israelite army. Let's continue.
But the Most High stood by Gideon in his sleep and told him that mankind were too fond of
He
themselves.
says Israel has got too much pride. And 10,000 men is too many men.
Yeah.
And if I let these 10,000 men go to war against these guys, they're going to say it was them. The Most High understands the mind of our people. Read on.
And were enemies to such as excelled in virtue.
And he says, our people are enemies to such as excelled in virtue. Meaning we were an enemy to looking at things spiritually and looking at things that develop spirit. We operate on the carnal. We think like the flesh. So when we sit back here, if we had 10,000 men, we're not going to say the Most High came through and galvanized 10,000 brothers and we won this victory because of the Most High. We're going to say these 10,000 versus 15, we can handle them. We can wipe those guys out. He's like, he says, we are an enemy to virtue. And that's the truth. We are an enemy to looking at things from a spiritual lens.
And the word enemy means opposite or in opposition.
Con.
Israel is in opposition.
Yeah.
Our own actions and works show we're in opposition when we don't get something in the flesh. When
Yeah.
we don't get benefits. If we're not getting benefits, if we don't have a opportunity for some type of leverage, some type of win, if it's a losing game, or if it's a game where someone else is getting the benefit but not me,
Yep.
then you know what?
I don't know if
can't
this is
find
for
the
me.
motivation.
Yeah.
I can't find the drive.
Yep.
Simple as that.
Because it's fear to lose. We don't want to lose. We want to gain.
Yeah.
And that's why he says we are enemies of virtue. We are opposite of feeding the virtue. Living an honorable life isn't our number one priority.
It's arguing.
Yep. It's getting our way.
It's arguing. People argue to push things to go the direction that they want to be. And the direction they want to be so happens to be benefit them.
Mm-hmm.
That's always the case. God look at why is this always arguing. There's never any arguments.
Yep.
Because arguments get you to get, and yet you have to posture someone in the position of getting tired of going back and forth with you. And now when this person's tired of going back and forth with you, you want them to say, okay, just have it your way. Israel wants it their way so much that I'm going to be this adversary, I'm going to be this enemy. But we don't see that we're being an adversary or we're being oppositional to the Most High's principles. The Most High is simply about His values and His principles, and we have to subscribe to whatever fits the Most High's set of core values. And we have the ability as adults and ability as Israelite children partially also to be able to look at what identifies with the Most High's perspective. Which matches the Most High's will? That the whole camp wins, or that a couple individuals win? That the families in the future benefit off our works now, and we sacrifice our carnal assets now so that future families can be sustained? Or take care of me now, and when they get here, they get here. Which one do you think the Most High will be with? My husband's way, which is more biblical, if it's based off of counsel and there's wisdom behind it? Or I'm tired of doing what someone else tells me to do. I want to feel power. I want some sense of empowerment. I'm tired of always having to be the subordinate. That bothers me. Or I'm tired of my captain always telling me what to do. I'm just tired of having to always comply. When are people going to comply with me? Or I'm not getting the glory for this condition. I'm not getting the. If we win, I don't get the glory. So why should I participate? These are all reasonings, and these are all ideals that we entertain. But do we ever take the time to be objective and be a fly on the wall and say, is this the Most High's way or not? We say it's the Most High's way if we get a trinket.
Yeah.
And we have to
about
leave
that,
that mindset. We have to leave that trinket mindset alone.
Okay.
Because that trinket mindset will get you what you want in the temporary, because we always in the flesh. But we can use another terminology, which is temporary thinking. We can have prolonged, long-term gratification, or we can have instant gratification. And 9.59 times out of 10, if it's instant gratification, it may not be the Lord's will.
Listen, we're gonna read that part again. It says that mankind. Give me that again.
Okay. It says, but the Most High stood by Gideon in his sleep and told him that mankind were too fond of themselves.
Fond.
Yeah, they're too much
that's
into
an important
them.
thing to say.
Yep.
Because fond means I have an abnormal liking or agreement with something.
I'm too much into myself, which means I think I deserve things I don't deserve.
Yes.
That to be fond of yourself, you think you deserve things you don't deserve,
And that's
and that's where the discontent kicks in.
yes.
The discontent kicks in because I think I'm more important and I deserve more focus than I'm getting. I deserve more blessings. I deserve more things good coming my way than I get.
And the picture is painted in common society that white women are the most entitled. And I get that idea of speaking to white women. The white women.
Well, they're bad too. I'm not gonna act like they're not bad.
Look, I'm saying the white women. I'm talking in the common society saying.
Yeah.
People say white women are
You
entitled.
gotta at least drink some water if you want
I
to have
ain't
water.
trying to
But
drink water.
why you have? Just get rid of the app then.
Listen,
Destroy the app if you're not gonna drink water.
I'm drinking water on Monday. Man.
That's crazy.
I'm
I didn't know you take the weekend
No,
off
I'm
of
just
hydrate.
Listen, bro. I'm drinking liquids out OJ,
Oh,
coffee.
that's not liquid. That's not water. OJ is sugar.
I gotta get.
It's a sugary drink.
Listen, this is to remind me I need to drink water, but I gotta buy the water thing. I gotta buy the little water case. I've been drinking water.
Then get rid of the water. Just get rid of the app then. It's cap.
It's not.
You water cap it.
I am water cap.
I know you water
I am
cap.
water cap.
Keep going.
But the point is that we don't address. We've taken like the past 5
You
years.
mentioned about the white women and the entitlement. That's what you were saying.
The same point. We've taken the past 5 years to address accountability. Really, the past 10 years we've done that. But we haven't really tapped in. We've done it for 10 years straight. In accountability bars forever.
Yeah.
But we don't deal necessarily with entitlement enough. But
We do. The people just don't want to watch the class.
No,
We
people
teach
thumbs down.
We teach that concept. That's the truth.
People thumbs down entitlement classes.
No
You
doubt.
know what? That's how you know it's the right direction.
Or service class. But see, let's read this point. I want to grab a point. We read it. He says, read it again. But the Most High stood by Gideon.
But the Most High stood by Gideon in his sleep and told him that mankind were too fond of themselves.
Keep going.
And were enemies.
Meaning mankind are enemies. Read on.
To such as excel in virtue.
People that push virtues. People that demand that virtue should be focused on. Most people are enemies of those people. That's what he's saying. More times than not, people don't want to hear that you got to add virtues to your life. You have to add disciplines to your life.
He thinks he's all
You
that.
have to change things in your life. People don't want to hear other people teaching about accountability. That's been happening since the judges and before the judges. People didn't want to hear somebody else teaching that you got to give more. Teaching that you got to change more. Teaching that you got to sacrifice more and learn to love service. That's been happening since the dawn of time.
I gotta come out of my personal pace.
And you got to change more. You got to give more. You should be focusing your life on adding virtues, not income. Adding virtues and learning how to love service, learning how to love dedicate. Nobody wants to hear it. But like Josephus was explaining, the Most High was telling Gideon, this is how degenerate we are. And the people that are about pushing virtue, those people are enemies of the ones who want to just let things be. Let me live my life. Why are you pushing me? Why are you telling me I got to change more? That dynamic has happened from the beginning. Because most people aren't that 7,000 of that didn't bow their knees down to Baal.
Yeah.
All Baal references, I want to live my life. And I want to pursue my dreams. And I don't, and I'm okay with compromising. And I'm okay with my pace. There's only a handful of people that are about pushing for more. But anyway,
We gotta fight to take on that mindset, because then you have the opposite, which is the spirit of regret. Then the Jew lives in lifelong
well,
regret.
and but you know, we chose regret because we chose to live the life we want to live.
But the regret comes because how come the Most High didn't come through?
Well,
That's the next conversation.
because Moses hadn't come through. This is why the prophet was so important. The prophet clearly explained why the Most High didn't come through. This is our job. There's no more a lack of understanding is how can the Most High bless me. He's not blessing you because your intention ain't where it's supposed to be. You're trying to come up versus being appreciative for what the Most High has given you, and let your life be suffice with that. For us to be too fond of ourselves, that means we think we deserve more than what we got. And that's literally what it is. We're too fond of ourselves. We think we deserve all this special this and this special that and extra this and extra that. That's what ambition looks like. Worldly ambition. Because you're too fond of yourself. And people pursue worldly ambitions versus pursuing virtues. You can't pursue virtues and worldly ambitions at the same time. Either you're going to push virtues or the worldly ambitions. And we choose the worldly ambitions. Keep going.
Hey, Ephraim said it best. Ephraim said, I'm a very great people.
Yes, they did.
Am I not a very great people? He said, this land that you gave me is too narrow.
Yeah.
And Joshua sat back. He was.
And Joshua was Ephraim.
Yeah, he was Ephraim. He's like this. And they said, we desire to have that land over there because we need more land because we're a very great people.
Yeah.
And Joshua said, okay. He said, go over there then and cut those trees down.
And fight those Philistines.
And fight those giants.
Yeah.
He said the sons of Anak, Anakim, them giant boys.
Yeah.
If you're this great,
Yeah.
then go do the great work, which is double work. Cutting down trees and fighting giants is double work. And it's scary. And guess what?
He said, fight on your own. Fight them on your own, too.
Yeah, he said, I'm not backing you. You go do it. If you're great, go do it. Go get it done.
But they played that angle because they said, he's our tribe. He'll back us.
Yeah.
He'll hook us up. He'll do us a solid because he's Ephraim, too.
Yes.
He said, no, if you guys want to play this game, go fight these giants and take the land.
Yeah.
If you guys are tough guys.
And there was no more talk about that. That talk stopped right when he said the statement. But guess what? The door was open.
Yeah.
If you want the land, it's there.
Yeah.
But they were fond of themselves. They wanted another way to get that.
The finest, I think I deserve greater. Then go get it.
And maybe you do deserve it. And if you deserve it, then risk yourself.
I know.
Then risk yourself and risk your life.
But if you deserve it, then you'll pursue the virtues needed to get it.
Yes.
What's the virtues? Faith.
The work.
The dedication.
Yeah.
We got to galvanize people to come together to give us the confidence to fight these giants. Its virtues give you more. Yeah. Not the pursuits of worldly ambitions and the compromising to get you more.
The physicality doesn't get us more. It's the pursuit of spirituality.
That's the point. That pursuing the virtues gives you the blessings, not just sitting back here and going to get what you want in the world. But let's continue. Now, the verse is now.
Now that they might not pass the Most High over, but ascribe the victory to him.
So they said if they win, they're going to make it about themselves and their own personal ambitions and not giving the glory to the Father. Read on.
And might not fancy it obtained by their own power, because they were a great army, and able of themselves to fight their enemies, but might confess that it was owing to his assistance. He advised him to bring his army about noon.
He says, in order to get the nation to know without a shadow of a doubt it was the Most High's glory, he says, he's going to have to dwindle this 10,000 man army to a very small number. So bring the entire army to this particular location by noon. Read on.
In the violence of the heat.
Meaning at the high sun. Read on.
To the river. And to esteem those that bent down on their knees and so drank, to be men of courage, But for all those that drank tumultuously, that he should esteem them to do it out of fear, and as in dread of their enemies. And when Gideon had done as the Most High had suggested to him, there were found 300 men that took water with their hands tumultuously. So the Most High bid him take these men and attack the enemy. Accordingly, they pitched their camp at the river Jordan, as ready the next day to pass over.
So the Most High sat back here and eliminated 9,700 men and picked the most disciplined of the group, which is only 300 out of 10,000. And Most High still shows you he wants quality over quantity.
Yes.
Give me 300 quality men that can maintain their discipline and their alertness over the people that have lost their alertness and their focus. So he's like 9,700 of these guys lost their discipline when it was time to drink. And only 300 kept their awareness and their discipline after a grueling workout. He goes with the smaller numbers because the smaller numbers keep everybody's pride down, and he chooses the best of our nation to do the work with these small numbers to reward the virtuous. So it's both ways. But this is how he thinks. So when we're in these circumstances that are like these numbers are so large and we're so small, we have to go back to these stories to tighten our minds up. And this is what Judas was doing through this entire speech. He gets into more detail about his speech when he get into actually Josephus. So what we're going to do now is go to Josephus still. We're going to stay in there and go to book 12, chapter 7, and get to the rest of this breakdown in paragraph 1. So we're in the middle of paragraph 1. So Antiquities of the Jews, book 12, chapter 7, paragraph 1, in the middle. I think it says, he then came. No, it's a little further down from there, right?
289.
I think it's a little further. Yeah, I think it says, well, read where you last read off. In Josephus.
I think it's, keep the word a little bit lower.
Yeah. I think it's, no, just read it. Just read it. He then came as far as Bethron. Let's go there.
Okay. It's page 326, Antiquities of the Jews, book 12, chapter 7, paragraph 1, line 289. He then got together an army as large as he was able, and joined to it the renegade and wicked Jews, and came against Judas.
This is Siron did that. Read on.
He then came as far as Beth Aron, a village of Judea, and there pitched his camp, upon which Judas met him.
So once again, they pitched their camp in Beth-aron. That didn't mean that these men knew that Maccabees and them were in this area. They just pitched their camp to set up for the night. That's all they're doing. They're just pitching their camp. They're not ready to go to war. Just know that also. Read on.
And when he intended to give him battle, he saw that his soldiers were backward to fight.
So now he says when Judas is like, okay, we're going to sit back and hit these guys. He says he saw his soldiers were backwards to fight. They were fearful. They were hesitant. He says these guys are hesitant and they're not ready to pounce like we've been pouncing on these guys. Judas was still using guerrilla tactics to attack Saron. These guys, it wasn't like it was a head-on fight, man-on-man. They were setting up their camp, and obviously Judas came from a high-ground perspective or something and noticed these guys in the camp, and he said, this is our time to take them. And then you got this, whoa, let's hold off on that. We're on a fast right now. Oh, we got the energy for this.
Time out.
Let's think this through. We got to think a little bit. So let's keep going.
Because their number was small, and because they wanted food, for they were fasting. he encouraged them and said to them that victory and conquest of enemies are not derived from the multitude of armies,
It's not about how big our army is. Read on.
but in the exercise of piety toward the Most High.
The pursuit of virtues and piety is how the Most High protects us in our endeavors. He keeps trying to explain us. Our strength isn't in military strategy or numbers or ammunition or weaponry. Our strength is in our humility and our observance of fixing what's inside of us. And it's about breaking what's inside of us and our purpose and our motivation behind our fighting. Remember there was a guy that just wanted to get glory and killed this elephant?
Yeah.
And the Most High killed him because you're just trying to kill an elephant and
Because
get
that was for
fame.
you.
Because that was about you. It wasn't about the body.
He got there. He got glory though.
Yeah,
He got
not to
fame.
do. You got fame of what not to do.
Yes.
Don't be that guy that just wants to be famous. If you're going to make a sacrifice, make it with the intention of salvaging your people.
Serving your people.
That's the point. So let's keep going.
And that they had the plainest instances in their forefathers, who
He says there's plenty of proof and instances with our forefathers that when their intention was pure, the Most High was with them. And now we're going with Judas, going back in history like we just did to remind us to keep fighting and the thinking behind the Most High with these small ratioed armies to large. Continue.
who by their righteousness and exerting themselves on behalf of their own laws and their own children had frequently conquered many 10,000s.
That sounds like Deuteronomy to me. That sounds like Deuteronomy 32. Where two will run off 10,000 and one will run off 10? Or one will run off 1,000 and two run off 10,000? That sounds like Deuteronomy chapter 32.
He had a priestly foundation.
He had a scriptural foundation that he's using to galvanize these men to keep fighting and pushing forward.
Watch your finger.
Keep going.
For innocence is the strongest army.
Innocence.
Come on, bro.
Spiritual
That's
innocence.
crazy. Out.
It's the strongest army.
That's the most non-carnal way to look at a war or a battle.
Kind of.
But David,
And non-carnal is spiritual.
yes, but that's just non-carnal. I gotta say non-carnal
Yeah.
because listen, in warfare, you're thinking about terrain,
Numbers,
structure,
size, high ground.
That is natural. It's reasonable.
And the funny thing is, it's not like they didn't implement a little bit of that. They implemented a little bit of that.
But there's a point where it stops. And,
That's the
and
point.
when David said in the scriptures, he always said, the battle is the Lord's. Whenever you read about David, he always said the battle is the Lord's.
Mhm.
He never said it was his battle. He said, this is my battle. This is mine. He said the battle is the Lord's. And he said he went to the Urim and Thummim, and he went to the priest, and he always went to prayer and said, Lord, should I take this guy at Ramoth Gilead?
Yep.
Should I do this?
Yep.
He
That
always
was the prophecy there, yeah.
He always consulted.
Mm-hmm. Before he had made an endeavor.
And Esau does the same thing. Esau goes
On the carnal left, with their right, their reconnaissance.
Esau goes to the Oracle of Delphi. He goes to the Oracle of Delphi and consults with his witches and his warlocks
Necromancers.
and necromancers. He don't think for a minute Esau doesn't have a spiritual approach to his warfare. He just has a spiritual approach and he masters a technical carnal approach. He conquers both sides because he's not trying to take no defeats on L's.
Oh.
But for us, we don't have the luxury and the leverage to sit here and do every carnal measure possible. So we got to trust the Lord because that's what we were chosen to be. We were chosen to be sheep and that the Most High defend us.
Done.
That's our life.
Done. So, let's continue. So he says, innocence is our strongest army. Read on.
By this speech, he induced his men to condemn the multitude.
No, it's to, yours says condemn. Mine says contemn.
Yes, it says condemn. And it says, induced his men to contemn the multitude of the enemy.
And that's the thing. Mine said contemn. We've been going over what contemn is to see the weakness. It's all about outlook. All about Judas was like, I got to get these guys to understand where our power is. Our power is in our honor and our innocency. Once I can get them to see that, he says, then everybody start looking at the weakness of the army and not the size. Once we start looking at things from a spiritual perspective and remember the Most High is with us, then it's like, okay, how can we get these guys in? These guys are weak here. These guys are weak there. Where is the hole? It's all about the thinking. He's like, the Most High is with us. We haven't been sinning. Stop looking at us in a negative way. We're going to do this. He's with us. And then once they realized that, then they started seeing the flaws in Saron's army. They're setting up camp. Where's the weak spot in their camp we can invade? Where's going to be the best time we can jump on it? Now their thinking starts to reverse because Judas touched them spiritually. Now they're in a fighting spirit. Now they can see how they can win. So when it says they contemned or condemned, they saw the holes now. Because now they're starting to have faith again. Powerful, man. Keep going.
And to fall upon Saron. And upon joining battle with him, he beat the Syrians. And when their general fell among the rest, they all ran away with speed, as thinking that to be their best way of escaping.
They just ran, or they got in their horses and got the hell out of there. Once the battle started and Saron was killed, everybody else bounced. So what ends up happening is, once you take the head out, everybody else follows. Very similar to what Alexander did when he was fighting King Darius III. He sat back here, and they were outbeaten, outflanked by thousands and tens of thousands. And Alexander just went straight. Everybody was talking about how much of a great general he was. Listen, bro, the Most High was with this guy. One, Most High let this guy get to the top. All Alexander did was just go straight ahead with his strongest soldiers. Went right to the middle of the flank. The middle broke. And then the king left and ran. And then when everybody saw the king run, they ran. The end. He's like, oh, brilliant, Alexander, brilliant. It wasn't brilliant, it was the will of the Father. It was all it was. And that's how the underdog won. So now the underdog was the Most High is with this underdog. And they just went straight at Saron, killed Saron, and everybody else bounced. Because they were just a hired militia anyway. They didn't have no stake in the game here. So the Most High looked after us. You took out the head general, everybody else bailed. So all those numbers got neutralized like this. Maccabees, Judas sat back here, came from a flank, from a different position. He came with his guerrilla tactics, got to the head guy quick. Boom. War was over. Most High showed them again he's with them. Despite the numbers. The first thing, you just got to believe the Most High is with you, and then you get answers. But that fear brings about a snare because you can't think. You can't even think when you're afraid. When you're afraid to lose, you can't even operate. So what the Most High is doing is, he used Judas to remove that fear. Then they can see clearly and see the weakness in their positionings, the setup of their armies, and then he exploited them. Then the Most High gave them answers. You can't even get clarity if fear is in you. You can't even get answers if you got this negative and hatred inside of you. Into a malicious spirit, wisdom won't enter. So, let's continue. Did you finish that?
No. So he pursued them onto the plain and slew about 800 of the enemy. But the rest escaped to the region which lay near to the sea.
So they still didn't kill a whole lot of people. They didn't even get to the thousands yet. But it was a significant enough victory for everybody to start fearing. It's like these numbers, this math ain't mathing. But everybody, all of a sudden, the reputation is growing bigger and bigger. And Most High is using that too. The reputation, the fear, and all of a sudden the other outside soldiers are worried about dying too and losing. Now the Most High got them in their head. Now they're overthinking. Now they're doubting. But that's the Most High working it. So it has nothing to do with us. Nothing to do with the 6,000 of those men. Okay? So now what we're going to do, go to Job chapter 4 and 7. Job 4 and 7.
Right.
Go for it, sir.
Job chapter 4 and verse 7. Remember, I pray thee, whoever perished being innocent.
And that's the point. If you're innocent, you have additional confidence. Read on.
Or where were the righteous cut off?
And the thing is this, whether it's your time for martyrdom, and that might be your time. But you're not going to get cut off and destroyed and punished in your death. That's a better way to look at it. You won't be getting punished if the Most High takes you on, because hell, even Judas died. And Judas was living right. So is it really about dying, or it's more about your spirit dying and being destroyed in your process if you was honorable? He's like, if you're honorable, your spirit ain't going to die. He's going to honor and keep your spirit going on and bless your spirit. Because listen, the righteous have died. The ones who were innocent have died. But what didn't die? Their spirit. And that's what you gotta be conscious of. You can't be afraid of the death as much as, hey, if I'm living right, if I do go down out here, he's got my back. And I'm going to be blessed in the afterlife. Let that verse go. Job 22 and 30.
Job chapter 22 and verse 30. He shall deliver the island of the innocent.
It's crazy. He shall deliver the island of the innocent. Read on.
And it is delivered by the pureness of thine hand.
And he says, you're delivered based on the pureness of your hands. That is our defense. That is our strength in any endeavor we tap into. He says, we are defended or delivered by the pureness of our hands. It ain't the skill, it ain't the talent, it ain't all that. It's your humility and how clean you've lived is where the Most High defends you and backs you up. Let that verse go and go to Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 5 and verse 19. Read that.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 5 and verse 19. He shall take holiness for an invincible shield.
Holiness is looked upon as an invincible shield. He keeps giving you the same statements in different chapters, different verses. Our holiness, our innocency is an invincible shield to protect us. That's what we hold on to. That's what we can't forget. Okay? Let's go to Psalms 34 and 19. I like this one too, because just because he says that righteousness or holiness is our invincible shield doesn't mean that we're not going to go through anything and suffer anything, because we think sometimes the Most High protecting us also means he's going to protect us from suffering, and that's not true. Psalms 34 and 19.
Psalms 34 and verse 19. Many are the afflictions of the righteous.
Listen, the righteous go and suffer through a lot of things. So it's not like the fact that our holiness gives us this force field and we ain't got to lose anything or suffer anything. You're going to suffer and lose, but, read on.
But the Most High delivereth him out of them all.
And that's the point. You're going to suffer serving the Most High and taking those stances with pleasing the Most High. But in taking those stances and suffering, he is going to deliver you from everything you're going through. He's going to get you out of this hell or out of these battles. So understand that pursuing the Most High and being innocent doesn't absolve you from battles. But know that when you go through your battle, he's got your back. Let's go back to verse 23 in First Maccabees. So First Maccabees 3 and verse 23 and 24.
22 again.
Let's do 22, yeah.
First Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 22. Wherefore the Lord himself will overthrow them before our face. And as for you, be ye not afraid of them. Now as soon as he had left off speaking, he leapt suddenly upon them.
So as soon as he encouraged and strengthened the people, and that demon left him, then he went straight down there and attacked the camp. Read on.
And so Saran and his host was overthrown before him. And they pursued them from the going down of Beth Horon onto the plain, where were slain about 800 men of them. And the residue fled into the land of the Philistines.
Hold on one second. This is an explanation of Beth Horon and that war, which was the second war, major war that we had. It said Beth Horon was a strategic mountain pass, meaning it was a mountain pass leading from the coastal plain to the Judean hill country. Utilizing guerrilla warfare tactics, the Maccabee rebels ambushed the passing Seleucid force from the pass. So they weren't even setting camp; they were working their way down. And it said the Maccabee rebels ambushed the passing Seleucid force from the pass, pursuing the surprised and fleeing remnants in the plain. So as it was going downhill or uphill, they got attacked, they got ambushed, they killed some of the guys, they killed Saran, the rest of the guys ran down the plain and worked their way west to the land of the Philistines, while killing the 800 people. Okay? Now let's finish off verse 25 and 26.
Verse 25. Then began the fear of Judas and his brethren, and an exceeding great dread to fall upon the nations round about.
Now you had these provinces were really afraid now. They're like, these guys are formidable. They've taken out 2 significant armies. We're going to need some more help. We're going to need some more assistance with larger armies to even deal with these guys. Because now the fear of the region was on Judas and his men. Read on.
Insomuch as his fame came unto the king, and all the nations talked of the battles of Judas.
So now the messages are getting to Antiochus. They didn't even get to Antiochus until this point. So now Antiochus is aware of these rebellions, and you know how he's going to respond, because this guy wanted the Jews dead. So we're going to go into next week what Antiochus does and what the Most High does to Antiochus, to where the Most High infiltrates or has control over Antiochus' decisions. He starts working on Antiochus' mind and starts to mess him up, so he starts making bad choices and makes bad decisions, and how he deals with this rebellion going forward. And this is how we know the Most High is working on both ends for us. Like we were in the time of the wilderness. We didn't know, but the Most High was putting fear into the Canaanites by wiping them out with these murder hornets and getting these bad omens from their idols. If we just would have went to war, we didn't know that the Most High was working on their heads and working on their minds on our behalf. It's the same thing with Antiochus. He's working on Antiochus' mind, putting something on him to where he's making bad decisions simultaneously while Judas is making the right decisions. But we'll go into that next week. But I guess I'm glad we got to verse 26. I knew we weren't going to be able to go further because it's a lot of information. And with that, we're going to finish up class. Are there any questions? Yes?
What happened to the 9.5 tribes?
That was another class. That's a whole other class. The 9.5 tribes, we got to go way back in history with the Assyrian Empire. The Assyrians wiped the 9.5 tribes out in 722 BC. That's a long time ago. And when that happened, we had got sent up to Assyria, and then from Assyria we worked our way through Galatia, Antiochia, and ended up going to Europe. So a lot of the 9.5 tribes are in Europe, and the other 9.5 tribes went down to the Americas. But that's another story. All right. Any other questions? And I can explain right in a short time. All right. With that, we're going to send our prayers up. Amajim, Opanya, Yerah Shalom. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
In the name of Yahushua.
In the name of Yahushua.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael
Send my God
and the righteous angels
and the right Savior
to watch over,
watch over,
bless,
bless,
heal,
heal,
protect,
protect,
and make strong
make strong
the people of Yashrala.
people that shout.
Also send unto us
Also send to us
much wisdom,
much wisdom,
much knowledge,
much knowledge,
much understanding,
much understanding,
much patience,
much patience,
much faith,
much faith,
much brotherhood,
much brotherhood,
and much love,
much love,
spiritual power,
spiritual power,
and forgive all of our sins.
forgive all of our sins.
Yahushua come quickly,
Yahushua come quickly.
for in thee
For in thee
is our hope,
is our hope,
always,
always,
and forever.
and forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Baruch atah Yahweh b'Hashem Yahushua.
Welcome to Yahweh by Hashem Yahushua.
Ha'awa'ah. Nathananawa. Atawara.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives us the law.
Baruch atah Yahweh b'Hashem Yahushua.
Welcome to Yahweh by Hashem Yahushua.
Ha'awa'ah. Nathananawa. Awar. La'ra'ah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives us the light to see.
Baruch atah Yahweh b'Hashem Yahushua.
Welcome to Yahweh by Hashem Yahushua.
Ha'awa'ah. Nathananawa. Ha'ayah. Kwara. La'kwara. Ha'ayin.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Baruch atah Yahweh b'Hashem Yahushua.
Welcome to Yahweh by Hashem Yahushua.
Ha'awa'ah. Nathananawa. Shimon. Zayaf. Lamashak. Yashua.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord,
It is a good thing to give thanks to the Lord
and to sing praise unto thy name,
and to sing praise to thy name,
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning,
to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning,
and thy faithfulness every night,
and thy faithfulness every night,
upon an instrument of 10 strings,
upon an instrument of 10 strings,
and upon the psaltery,
and upon the psaltery,
upon the harp,
upon the harp,
with the solemn sound.
with the solemn sound.
For thou, Yahweh,
For thou, Yahweh,
hast made me glad through thy
hast
work.
made me glad to thy work.
I will triumph,
I will triumph
in the works of thy
in
hands.
the works of thy hand.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
how great are thy
how
works,
great are thy works,
and thy thoughts are very deep.
thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not,
A brutish man knoweth not,
neither doth the fool understand this.
neither the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring into grass,
When the wicked spring of the grass,
and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish,
and all the works of iniquity flourish,
it is that they should be destroyed forever.
it is they should be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh,
Thou, Yahweh,
art most high forevermore.
are most high evermore.
For lo, thy enemies,
For lo, thy enemies,
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
for lo, thy enemies
for lo, thy enemies
shall perish.
shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity
All the works of iniquity
shall be scattered.
shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt,
But my horn shalt thou exalt,
like the horn of a unicorn.
like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire
My desire
on my enemies,
on my enemies,
and my ears shall hear.
and my ears shall hear.
My desire
My desire
of the wicked
of the wicked
that rise up against
that
me.
rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm
He
tree.
shall grow like a cedar in
He
Lebanon.
shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
Those who be planted in the house of the Lord
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and
They
flourishing,
shall be fat and flourishing,
to show that the Lord is upright.
to show the Lord is right.
He is my rock,
He is my rock,
and there is no unrighteousness in him.
and there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushua.
Hashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. Shayar, Hama'arawah, La Dawad,
Dawad,
Hana,
Hana,
Ma,
Ma,
Tawad,
Tawad,
Wama,
Ma,
Na'ayam,
Na'ayam,
Shabbat,
Shabbat,
Akim,
Akim,
Gam,
Gam,
Yachad,
Yachad,
Kashaman,
Kashaman,
Hatawad,
Hatawad,
Ayah,
Ayah,
Hara'ash,
Hara'ash,
Yara'ad,
Yara'ad,
Ayah,
Ayah,
Hazakwan,
Hazakwan,
Zakwan,
Zakwan,
Aharan,
Aharan,
Shayarat,
Shayarat,
Ayah,
Ayah,
Payah,
Payah,
Manawathiwa,
Wathwa,
Qatar,
Qatar,
Haramwan,
Haramwan,
Shayarat,
Shayarat,
Ayah,
Ayah,
Haroria,
Haroria,
Tazayawan, Kaya,
Kaya,
Sham,
Sham,
Tazawa,
Tazawa,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Habaraka,
Habaraka,
Kayayam,
Kayayam,
Ay,
Ay,
Hawalam,
Hawalam,
Basham Yahshua.
Hashem Yahushua. Psalm 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Yahweh Ba'Shem
Ba'Shem
Yahushai.
Yahushai.
Barakanoah. Washualit. Rabiat. Support. Turn. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Barakanoah. Washualit. Rabiat. Support. Turn. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Barakanoah. Washualit. Rabiat. Support. Turn. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Barakanoah. Washualit. Rabiat. Support. Barakatay Yahweh. Barakatay Yahushai. Barakatay Yahweh. Barakatay Yahushai. All knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all mercy, all patience, all long suffering, all love, all power from Yahweh. All power from Yahweh. All power from Yahweh. Ba'Shem Yahushai. The water. Amiyat. Aman. Circle up.
Saluting out in the heavenly order, Yahweh, Wa Yahweh Shai, O Yasha'ala, men of Israel, Muslim, Ra,
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Barakanoah.
Form yourself. Turn and face sisters, please stand.
Yes, Matah.
Matah. Saluting out the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Muslim, Ra,
Yahweh Shema Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Yahweh Shemar Adonai B'Hashem Yahushai.
Yes, Matah. Dismissed. Fall out. Israel to water for tuning in. See y'all on Monday for class. Y'all take care now.